started selling coffee.
Yeah,
but I guess all the right-wing grifters
Rudy Coffee. Coffee. You haven't seen the Rudy Coffee ad?
It sounds familiar, but
I think we watched it.
Yeah, I think we may have, because it definitely sounds familiar.
The point is I'll refresh your memory real quick. The point is that the company that he partnered with to sell this is also bankrupt now and out of business.
Epic.
So he's bankrupt, they're bankrupt.
That's awesome.
Today, I'm thrilled to introduce you to something I'm incredibly proud of. My own brand of organic specialty coffee, Rudy Coffee. Believe me when I best coffee you'll ever try.
Can you do? Rich, I don't have
gentle on your
account
stomach.
On this one.
It's so good. I even recommend drinking it black.
It
comes in 3 varieties, including what I promise is the best decaf you'll ever have. You can order now by scanning the QR code on your screen. Or coffee. By supporting Rudy Coffee, you're not just treating yourself to exceptional coffee, you're also supporting our cause, the cause of truth, justice,
and getting me out of bankruptcy.
You'll also be supporting the Call to Action nonprofit, which is devoted to helping veterans and first responders, so you can make a difference and taste the difference by ordering today at rudy.coffee.
Rudy Coffee. So because I own,
for some reason, I can't screen share the other screen, and I don't know why. I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah. So I think you might have to screen share.
I can't because I'm on the laptop.
Okay. And this game is probably not going to work because unless I can figure out how to get it on the correct screen, probably not going to work.
StreamYard's not detecting both your screens?
Nope.
Having issues?
I will try this. Let's try this. Because it's fuck StreamYard.
No, click the having issues button.
Yeah, even when it's not running the thing, it literally just says, here, I'll show you. I can't share screen to show share screen. That's fucking stupid. Okay, that's dumb. Literally can't show you. Anyway, it's only recognizing one screen, and it's the second screen. And because the second screen is the screen that doesn't play the games,
okay.
Yeah.
So click having issues and say that to StreamYard, but then also what happens? Crazy idea. Move StreamYard to the other screen and then try it.
I've already tried that. It doesn't work. It literally, because it's on the other screen right now, and when I go present, it only shows me a single screen, but I have 2 screens. There's only one HDMI cable. But the only one that it's recognizing is the HDMI plugged into the motherboard. So I don't know whether it's that problem. And if it's that problem, then that's an easy fix. The only problem is that it'll rearrange my screens.
Well, I mean, just try it real quick and we'll figure it out.
We'll see.
Only one way to know, you know?
Yep.
Rudy coffee. Chocolatey.
You think Margot Robbie takes a dump?
Right when I had it perfect is when I have to change everything again. Annoying.
Well, first check if it sees the screen share.
Yeah, well, I have to get the HDMI cable in first. See. Let's see. Figuring it out. All right. Let's see. Hey. All right. Let's see what happens now.
Because there's a reason why I think you should do it.
Why is that coming through?
Because I'm on my laptop, so I could do it. I could do the full screen share with my laptop, right?
Yeah.
But I won't be able to see StreamYard anyway.
Yeah.
Right. So, if I can't even screen sheet if you're sharing your screen, and you wouldn't be able to see mine if I'm not sharing to StreamYard. Not that it matters, because it's not like either of us know what's going on.
Yeah.
The only things I know is that the second resource is like these glowy rocks.
Mm-hmm.
And if you wait to harvest them, they get charged up.
Okay.
And they're like worth more or something. And they like turn green, some of the rocks that you start picking up with your guys. That's really all I remember.
Okay. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm looking
I
at.
just was making sure that was you. Yeah, you know, this door could have blown open or something.
What is happening? Yes.
Okay, it says you're already in party.
Yeah, I like that. Out of that entire video that just played, not a single frame loaded. So that's
So like
good.
Does my icon also look like a texture glitch to you?
Yes.
Yeah, once you click the how to play thing.
I just picked play. I just pressed play.
Okay, so you want to go to custom. And because it is in beta, it might crash.
Okay,
So,
great.
Just be patient with it. It says it's creating the lobby. I don't know how long this is going to take.
No idea.
It's trying its best.
I don't believe.
It's just this little guy running.
Yeah, I didn't do the tweets. I will do it now.
We got time, as it doesn't create this lobby.
Mm-hmm. Might have to go play League.
Okay. Sweet. It pulled you right into.
It's not gonna work. Just pulling everything over to the other screen. Okay. What do we got? It's all on YouTube. What the fuck? Dude, I wrote Marcellus Wallace about 5 different times before I actually finally wrote the correct name because I kept getting it mixed up. Unfucking believable. Twits. For some reason, the Twitch thing on Twitter always comes up with the Jill Stein is awful headline, which I think is fucking hysterical.
Yeah. I mean, she is. At least the music's not annoying so far while I wait in the lobby. And it's cool because it put you in the lobby. That's StarCraft. StarCraft, the lobby system, where you don't know if the other person is left and stuff. Who's in your party.
Okay, twit has been made. We just go ready?
Mm-hmm. Bird. Bird, 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 bird.
Why wouldn't I just play
Some date
StarCraft?
crash report.
I did a crash.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Mine didn't.
Well, let me just give me a sec here, see what happens.
At your disposal.
It still says I'm in the game.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Not enough.
Well, for me, it's just a loading screen.
Not enough Lumina. Just play StarCraft.
How can I help?
Do I have to quit the game?
Not enough Lumina. I'm here to assist.
Okay, I'm going to press X on it.
Oh, command post is that.
This isn't fair. You're going to get practice while mine's crashed.
I won't learn anything.
Further instructions. Constructing. I'm off. It's going up.
They are mining a volcano.
It's not even closing the
idea what's
game right
happening.
now. It's not even closing my game.
Okay.
Come on.
Shut your door. I'm not in the picture.
Okay.
Rather annoying.
Yeah. I don't know. This is
Okay. I
excellent.
untasked it. Okay, now I'm launching.
Well, that was exhilarating.
Hang on, there's a low spec PC option, so let's try that. It literally it says the game crashed, but it kept me in. So I was just staring at a loading screen.
Yeah.
So it's still recognizing me. I mean, it's in beta.
Yeah. I'm yet to find a comfortable position at this new desk.
They're not made for comfort, they're made for work.
What are we doing? Are you inviting?
I'm relaunching the game.
Oh, okay.
So it's like
Going well.
opening all these fucking clients. Like
it's funny. I saw. It's funny. I saw the execution stuff about. I didn't know that the Supreme Court went ahead and said, "Yeah, that's fine. Go for it. Kill the guy." But I saw South Carolina executed someone for the first time in 13 years or something, which is kind of interesting that it happens around the same time as this one. Not sure if they're connected or not. Yep, Supreme Court, very gay.
I should have put my graphics settings on low as well in the menu.
Doesn't matter.
It will matter if it crashes again.
Now I have a mirror to have fun with. Also, I'm gonna get whiteboard markers. I'm gonna draw on my mirror.
Drawings.
Because I think that'll be fun. Yeah, I can do an explainer on my window, on my mirror. I can do a very simple "you are retarded" on my mirror. Waiting for others.
Okay. No crashes. No crashes, no crashes, no crashes, no crashes.
Can we go back to League?
No crashes. Come on. Let me in.
I can't hear the headphones anymore.
Hey, I'm in.
I got little fire guys. Little fire guys. Oh, they're made very quickly. The fuck?
God, I got so much lag.
Give me rock. Give
Hang
me
on.
rock.
I literally can't. It's like not playable right now for me.
It's working
the game
for me.
timer's. Yeah, the game timer. Well, I'm on a fucking laptop. Game timer's frozen at 22 seconds right now. I hit escape because I'm trying to open the.
I don't know.
I'm trying to open the menu.
Ah.
Come on. I think it's
Ooh,
crashed for me.
I'm getting rocks. I am collecting rocks.
I am 90% certain it has crashed again.
I am collecting rocks. Hey, look, another thing. Why is there a health thing here?
Just either tell me it's crashed or let me open the menu to lower my graphics. Ridiculous.
Build a meat farm. Hell yeah. I don't see you building.
Come on.
Cool. That was cool. My little guy just sacrificed himself to hell. Fuck yeah. Alright. Is this me?
See, if you rush me now, you'll definitely win. I can't even open. I alt-tabbed. I can't even bring the game back.
It
crashed.
I win.
Okay, we'll try one more, and I'm
meat
gonna
farm.
we'll try one more, and I'll lower my game settings first.
Oh, we go
And if
back
it
to
doesn't-
league.
And if it doesn't work after this third time, then we'll play when I actually get home on my regular computer.
Wondering for a while if New York City Council would do an impeachment. Boston. Oh, you're talking about the New York City chief of police. Yes. Yes.
They need to impeach Adams.
That'd be nice.
Well, it did launch faster that time. Also, I don't think I got these.
Oh, I see. Oh, cool. $7.50. Oh, yeah. $15. Very cool.
Oh, for like the packs and stuff.
Yeah. Replays.
All right, definitely limit that frame rate to 60. I'm gonna put it at 30 frames. Fuck it. Visual quality, ultra. No, we're going low with that. And then is VSync enabling VSync eliminates screen tearing?
Oh yeah, hopefully Eric Adams gets fucking yeeted. Fuck that guy. What an absolute clown. I also don't think I changed the category to whatever this game is
Super
called.
resolution. Let's turn that one off.
I need to log in.
Okay, hopefully with low settings it will be okay now.
Valorant is the sub thing at the moment. If you wanted to play that,
I have it installed, so.
Let me just double check that it is actually the thing this time around. Because if we're playing Valorant, they have their special sub thing, September. Save up to 30% off. Presented
I can
by
also
Valorant.
tell you this much, okay? I would not recommend trying the third class on this next one.
Okay.
Because they are, the way they're designed is to make the gameplay completely different. It plays it's made for like a certain type of play style.
Okay.
And it makes the other player have to play reactively, so it doesn't play how the game is like for a standard game.
Yeah, okay.
And the units are a lot weaker too. They're units, but they're set up around rushing. And like you basically make it so you can like make your base outside their base to rush them.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah.
That's strange.
Well, I mean, I think it's cool because it's so different, at least. But also, That's one of the controversies because they said the third race was going to be cat girls,
Interesting.
and it wasn't
Mhm.
cat girls. So I sent you invite,
Yeah, I got it.
and then if this one works, did we set it on Twitch that it's Stormgate?
Yeah, I just changed it. The
Okay.
whole 8 viewers that are watching Stormgate right now.
I mean, hey,
This game is Stormgate. John is making me play more RTSs.
well, you know, God might intervene and make it not happen. Oh, it does say you're in my party. I'm so stupid.
Mhm.
Fuck, I didn't press private lobby. Some asshole's gonna join as an observer or something. Yeah, I know that the Infernals that you were playing are like a fusion of Protoss and Zerg.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. No crashes, no crashes, no crashes. Shouldn't I be team 1 since I'm the party host?
I have no idea.
The Infernals look better
Gabe
in red.
posted Gabe posted a tweet mocking people who are fighting over whether the red or black flag should be at the front of the Antifa symbol. Which, 1, is fucking hysterical. 2, is also unbelievably fucking dumb because who gives a shit? And 3, it's obviously the black flag because anarchists didn't invade Poland with the Nazis. I think it's a pretty big fucking L on the part of the communists to enable the creation of Auschwitz. You know, they like to not mention this and like to talk about how they ended World War II, but not how they started it. It's kind of funny. What does the meat farm do?
I think that's your supply.
Okay. I have a little thing. Ten supply generates feral hogs. Provide 2+ supply. Can defend against ground-based attacks. Okay. Sure. Let's go with one of these. Let's do this. Yeah, Iron Vault. Cool. Why is my thing on fire?
Because you're infernal.
No, but like everything is on fire.
Everything's on fire. Let me see.
Yes. Why is your thing?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. I can't do anything. Fuck your wizards.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Neither do I. It's okay.
I don't know how to attack. They don't have the shortcuts. Ah, one of the pigs died. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna make more of those things. Neat. What can I do here? Ooh. I want one of these. What is this thing? The big fat guy.
The big fat guy.
Yeah, big fat guy. What do I need for this one? My little pigs keep dying.
Yeah, they harvest the meat. But you can also, I think you can also use their little pigs to attack.
Yeah, well, they automatically defend. I think. So these must be like the Zerg because they're very quick to make. But not that strong. Sure, let's build this one too. Why not? Why not? I have no idea what's happening. I got little pigs. I got lots of little pigs. Magmadon. Sure. Fuck you. I got a big dinosaur now. I can get all of these ones. Surely there's like an attack, all attackers button.
Yeah, I'm trying to find is there like a select all army hotkey that you see?
That's literally what I'm looking for. Oh, here we go. Oh, they're just workers. Okay. So they hit the idle worker, you hit I, shift I. I think it's an I. To add idle worker to current selection. Okay. So it's just like StarCraft. Okay. Boop, boop. Go pick rocks.
Go kick rocks.
Oh my god. I have one of the big things from my big dudes are strong. I win.
My dogs.
It seems like they heal over time as well.
You heal on creep or whatever the thing is called.
The fire thing.
Yeah. My lag is still like almost unplayable. And then I places shields on the target. There's no way I'm going to be able to use my top bar abilities. My shit is just too laggy.
The blood speaks. I am.
There's some sleeping things here. I'm gonna go kill them.
Yeah, you can. It's like the base towers or something.
They're all asleep. I don't know why.
Meet the challenge.
I'm trying so hard to use my top bar abilities. I have no idea what they do.
I
I'm clicking your guys. I'm red.
have no idea how to attack, so that's cool.
Yeah, that's a good question as well. You got like a skinwalker here.
I got it. Skinwalker. No, that's a what are the things in what's his face? Helldivers? The big walker thing? It's one of them.
Spark ignited.
It's like still borderline unplayable for me.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah, the lag is so bad.
Finally. I figured out how to attack.
And then you also have top bar abilities. I can't even like use mine though.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's just so laggy.
Yeah, this is, I don't know how RTSs are interesting to watch, honestly. It's boring to play.
Well, this is definitely the only game we'll play today, that's for sure. I have
Yeah.
full energy. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with it.
I have no clue. I have a blue health tower now. I don't know what that means.
No mercy.
That one. That's still upgrading. Oh,
Finished upgrading.
do I have one of those? I do have one of those. What do they give me? Oh my god. I got flyer things now.
Finished upgrading.
Hell yeah. Okay. Okay.
I'm like, why do I hear all these weird noises? I realize that I hear your
It's
clicking.
mine, yeah.
Yeah.
My little dudes.
Yeah, because I hear your screen share.
Well, at least I know that the actual audio is working. There's no way. Can you kill deer? Go and whack that deer. Come on. Fuck that deer. had COVID.
No mercy. Narrowly through. Obtain more supply.
More supply? Oh my god, I have a dragon.
Uh-oh.
You are fucked.
All will burn.
It's Jova for you. Oh, these are upgrades. Nice.
More ore.
Need more ore.
You summoned your command. I hiss. Shalom.
Did you say there's an idle worker button? Oh my god, the lag is so bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I or one of the two.
Yes. Wow. Oxial Tarast.
Is there an all army key that you found?
No, I'm just click and dragging. Okay, I can't attack with these guys. Okay.
Oh my god. This fucking lag, bro.
It's that bad, huh?
Oh my god.
Not enough Vespine gas.
Oh, all my workers aren't even working over here.
Ah, yeah, mine ran out as well. Guess I'll go mine these rocks.
Shalom. We follow. Blazing a trail. Need more ore.
Ah, interesting. Man, you don't even know.
What? How fucked I am?
Like, I hope
Finished.
I hope people have been watching what I'm doing and understand what I'm doing. Hold on, I think
They
I
can
should
tell you-
move. We should move the thing around so people can see the map. But basically, I realized that these air units are fucking useless. So I've just staged them around the map as early warning systems.
Yeah, like overlords.
Yeah, except they're not overlords. They're. I need more meat farms.
Are they transport units or something?
Not enough barrel farms.
I got this. I get another dragon. Not yet. Hey, leave my dragon alone. Uh-oh.
Oh my god, I can't even fucking click, bro.
For the host! Blazing a trail. I hasten.
Damn it. I just overrided
What?
all my shit.
What
All
do you
my
mean?
control groups which just got overrided.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, that's... Wow. That's really fucking annoying.
Can we please get a select all army key?
I think that is a good idea.
Shalom.
These fat orcs.
Our forces are in battle. Victory to the finished researching. Embark. State your request.
Oh no, I'm being attacked and I can't even see what I'm doing.
No, you attacked me.
Oh man. The frames. Oh, I did also limit my frames to 30. Let me put it to 60 and see if that helps.
Forces are in battle.
Bro, I wish I could control my forces, but I don't know where half of them are.
They're attacking me, that's why.
I mean, that's what I'm trying to do.
Mm.
Our forces are in battle. Shalom. Our forces are in battle.
How big these units are, they're incredibly weak.
forces are in battle.
I'll take your word for it because I can't really see anything.
Yeah, I can't do anything.
Base is under
Have I told you I fucking hate RTSs? These games suck. This sucks. Like, all of my units gone. Yeah, expensive. Supposed to be high damage. This sucks.
Our forces are in battle. Base is under siege.
Like, this guy attacks once every 3 seconds. He attacked 3 times before he died.
With my frame rate, all my units attack once every 3 seconds.
Yeah. There are no good RTSs.
Base is under siege.
No, Halo is not an RTS. They decided to ruin the franchise by making an RTS. These games are dog shit.
Our forces are in battle. Our base is under siege.
The base is gone. Like, I don't understand why it's still going. Like, I cannot build units. You know what it is? There were other flying units.
You have to destroy all the buildings to get a real victory.
Mm.
Creep resources collected. What does that even mean?
I have no idea.
Okay. Well, my
That
first
sucked.
review of Stormgate is can't play it, unplayable.
Mine is exactly what I expected it to be, which is RTSs suck. So I
Red
guess
Alert is good.
All right, we have to tell you about.
there are no good RTSs. You can keep
Red
telling
Alert
me, you can keep
Red
telling
Alert
me
is-
that there are good RTSs, but every time I play one, they're the exact fucking same game.
Red Alert is funny though. It's got Tim Curry.
A baby
Well,
penguin.
this one
Well,
specifically.
wait, is that Command and Conquer?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Creep resources like creeping cramps in Warcraft 3. Yeah, well, I literally could not tell you what was happening that whole time. Jack said, I'm building air units, and then I said, hey, what's this? Helicarriers? Okay, I'm just going to focus on building those from here on out, because I'm sure they'll kill anything he has. And that worked.
Yeah, they literally did, because, you know, it's a shitty RTS that makes
I
no
don't know
sense.
how
you
they
can literally
fought.
you can literally have 1 frame per second and lag and still win. RTSs are dog shit games.
Well, that's because I know what that's because I had like 3-4 bases or so. I also opened with a scout rush on your workers.
Okay. That means nothing to me.
Yeah, so I destroyed your economy early on. With
How?
that,
You
with
didn't kill anyone.
when I sent the doggos in.
Yeah, you didn't kill anything. The pigs killed it.
It didn't kill any workers. Well, I couldn't tell you what was happening, so
No, it didn't kill anything. I killed it with the base defense that I had.
they didn't kill a single worker.
I don't believe so.
I thought they were doing something.
Well, saying no, you can't, and then saying look at the best players in the world is not an example of anything. That's like saying anybody can play League and then putting John up against Faker. It's not going to end well.
Yeah, it's called genre. That's so funny. So true. So true.
And RTSs suck.
There was the Alien Predator one that was cool.
I bet you it's just as shit. I guarantee that the subject matter of the game itself does not impact the fact that RTSs suck as a game.
His name is Pesto, and he's anything but little. Pesto is a 9-month-old king penguin living in the Melbourne Aquarium in Australia. You can see he is fluffy and brown like a penguin chick, but he towers over his parents. Pesto weighs a cool 50 pounds. The typical adult king penguin weighs just under 40 pounds, and that's the adults. Zookeepers say Pesto is getting closer to adulthood. He has started losing a few of his baby feathers. The zoo says swimming lessons from his dad will be starting soon.
I wonder how soft penguin down is.
Okay, I need to restart for this Valorant update.
Okay. Eat shit. The hippo's cuter. I don't give a shit about penguins. Fucking baby anarcho hippo. Fuck yeah. Biting cunts all the time. That hippo's great. That hippo's like, oh, fuck the world, munch.
Pesto here is becoming one of our most popular penguins here at Sea Life. Now, a couple of reasons.
I have a friend that works there.
Why is he's a baby penguin. He was born on the 31st of January this year, and he's large and brown and fluffy, and becoming the largest penguin here at Sea Life Melbourne, currently clocking in, as of this week, 22 kilograms. We only have one baby king penguin this year. Pesto is about to go through his fledging period. What this means is he's going to start losing that really adorable baby fluff. It might take him 1 to 2 months to really get rid of it. Then he'll be nice and sleek and streamlined, just like his dad, Hudson, with that yellow and orange on the side of their head, on their chest, and there's lovely black feet as well.
Talk about this penguin.
I'm pretty sure that my mate's party that I went to, one of the chicks that I was talking to worked with the penguins.
So I was also like, I need to end this game because like I'm legitimately getting nauseous from it not being playable for.
Yeah, that
like
doesn't,
I couldn't
that
even like click
me.
the map, and like if I tried to move the camera, I couldn't move it accurately too. It would be like it would because it would lag, so it would move way past the place where I wanted to move it.
Yes.
So it's like, okay, this is because the bigger my bases get, and the more I'm mining, the more it's gonna lag, you know. So I was playing into a hard set limit. All right, let's see if Valorant will even launch with me.
Well, we should probably also change it back to politics.
Well, hang on, I'm launching Valorant too. Yeah, I mean, look, I sent dogs against Jack, and apparently it did nothing.
Yeah, no, the dogs did nothing because I had some base thing which gave me pigs.
Doesn't Fudge have Twitch Prime?
The pigs killed the dogs. Twitch Prime. What about it?
Or not Twitch Prime. They're a member. Or sub.
Yeah.
Or, I don't know.
Sub? I think sub is the following and sub is different, I think.
Okay. Whatever you say.
I literally send a message to my mate that works at the aquarium. I'm like, steal the penguin. I want to bring it on stream.
Uh-oh.
Can you imagine? I just rock up with the penguin. Hey, you remember that penguin? I have the penguin.
All right.
Please.
A huge
Valorant's
hit
putting,
on the internet.
Valorant's putting me through basic training, so we'll see if it can play on this machine real quick.
And I mean,
if not, we'll do
huge,
Reach.
huge hit. Meet Pesto the penguin.
Best name ever, by the way.
So cute. He's the fuzzy guy right there. I bet you could pick him out of the lineup, right? Pesto,
my
just
God.
9 months old, and he's already 46 pounds.
I do not care about your story.
Context: Pesto's parents are about 22.
What?
I said, oh my God, I don't care about your story.
2 pounds apiece. This video you're seeing here is from his home at the Sea Life Melbourne, where they did a gender reveal for Pesto.
Sea Life Melbourne.
Nice.
Because it's
Isn't there a Melbourne in Florida? Why are you guys unable to pronounce this word? Melbourne. Why? It's not hard.
takes a while before you can actually figure out the
right?
penguin's gender.
Look at that guy.
Yeah, so the aquarium says Pesto is the biggest penguin chick that they have ever seen and got quite the appetite. Eats about 25 fish a day. His parents eat like less than half that.
That's
Light
incredible.
work.
So it gives you perspective there too.
Like having a teenager at home already.
Yeah,
It's
it's
9
true.
months.
Right, you're about to be there.
Oh, geez, you're right.
You'll be
Roman's
feeling
almost
it.
11.
Yeah.
Our oldest. That's wild. When
I do not give a fuck.
Just some trash dog food from China. Okay, these are supplements and these are products that are so healthy and natural that you could actually eat it yourself. So you can see here, Positive Bison. It clearly says dog food topper, and I'm gonna put this in my mouth right now. It tastes like meat, and maybe that is disgusting to you. But I'll show you right here. Look, this is the bison product right here. It clearly says dog food topper. You can see on camera.
Boy.
Actually tastes good.
Also today in the Middle East.
Amazing. All right. I'll leave it up to the chat. News wraps, yes or no? A lot of it we may not cover because we've got some big ones here. But I'll leave it up to chat. What do we reckon? Jump straight into it, or
nothing? I'm just really bad at video games. I was having trouble with the tutorial.
Wednesday is not gaming stream. Thursday we can only play games. All right. Skipping the news wraps.
The political battles over the rights of transgender Americans have led to difficult decisions for a number of families, especially those living in states with...
Everyone on Twitch, are we in the politics category? Can you check for me, please? I agree.
Restrictions.
Go for headshots. Yeah, okay. Good luck.
Laura
Those will
Barone
definitely
Lopez
happen.
The story of one family's journey to access that care.
When are we leaving? 20 minutes, 25 minutes?
14-year-old Ryan and his single mom, Mia, have waited over a year for this day. They're getting ready for a doctor's appointment.
Yes, keep it that way.
But that appointment is in Albuquerque, New Mexico, more than 600 miles from their home here in Austin, Texas. It's a journey they're making because Ryan is trans.
This is something that you didn't just decide one day. You felt this for a long time.
Yeah, I was really young. I was 6 and I knew for sure that I was not a girl.
The interesting thing is that I hear this a lot, right? Is that they always knew. Right? Is that the trans thing doesn't just like appear one day. That it's a permanent dysphoric feeling that they've had since childhood. Now, this discussion is very interesting because this is exactly where the right wing comes in and is like, don't touch kids. Right? But we have to figure out, not we as in us, but like the state, society needs to fucking sort this out. People shouldn't be traveling 600 miles, almost 1,000 kilometers, 2 tanks of petrol just for medical care. That shouldn't happen. That shouldn't be happening, especially not in America.
He's always a dude. He's always a little dude. And then right before he came out, he had cut his hair. And looking back on it now, like cutting all his curls off and everything, like I can see how his is starting to align. And it, just in hindsight makes it way more clear than it was at the time. But yeah, it's always been who he's been.
Ryan saw doctors and therapists for years before starting medication around the age of 10 to temporarily pause the effects of puberty. A few years later, he began testosterone treatments, which...
Interesting. So actual medical intervention of a prepubescent teenager. Interesting. How common is actual hormonal treatment of gender dysphoria under the age of 18? John?
Hang on. I'm trying to get through this tutorial. It's not going well.
It's just puberty blockers? Because they just said that they were running through testosterone. Like having testosterone therapy, right?
The line, and it, just in hindsight makes it way more clear than it was at the time. But yeah, it's always been who he's been.
Ryan saw doctors and therapists for years before starting medication around the age of 10 to temporarily pause the effects of puberty.
Right. So puberty blockers, right? We've got that.
A few years later,
And
he
then-
began testosterone treatments,
Okay.
which can lead to things like hair growth and a deeper voice.
Okay. So testosterone treatment, not so probably low level oral steroids, I imagine, is what I would imagine they would be giving. I highly, highly doubt that there'd be anything more impactful than that. Because surely especially during puberty, if you're blocking puberty and replacing it with a different hormone, you would need to almost, this is just me spitballing, you would need to drip feed it almost and sort of slowly increase it so it almost, like the body almost feels like it's a natural testosterone building. I don't know. I'm completely ignorant on the subject. I'm just sort of spitballing here. Well, yeah, that's the funny thing, right? All these guys on testosterone replacement when they're old, it's gender affirming care.
Yep.
Does that mean that Joe Rogan now gets his HRT blocked because does he now lose his testosterone replacement therapy because it's gender affirming care? And according to PBS here, it's just youth gender affirming care. Great. Awesome.
All those steps fall within guidelines for gender affirming care, which is supported by major U.S. medical associations, including the American Academy.
And we went over the we did go over the standards of the medical care for transgender youth. So I can't remember which one it was, but it was sent to us by a person who does not like trans people, and I decided to read it, and it proved them wrong. It was very funny.
Me of Pediatrics. But around the globe, medical experts and government health officials haven't been in complete agreement.
Based?
Globe, medical experts and government health officials.
Based? We love this.
Haven't been in complete agreement. Gender affirming medical care for minors has come under increased scrutiny.
If they really feel that their best choice is to mutilate themselves, then they better wait until they're an adult.
As conservatives, from local lawmakers to the Republican presidential nominee, have used it to mobilize their base.
Can you imagine you're a parent and your son leaves the house and you say, Jimmy, I love you so much. Go have a good day in school. And your son comes back with a brutal operation. Can you even imagine this?
Lie
Trump is a fucking idiot.
spread by former President Donald Trump and others in his party about things like surgeries on minors have helped fuel a wave of state legislation. In 2021,
I don't think that was a pink flag. It may have been, actually. It looked red to me. What do you reckon, John?
I told you I'm still trying to beat a tutorial.
I think it's red. I don't think it's the pink, because the anarcho-feminist flag is like a hot pink. Yeah, this is the crazy thing, is like they literally believe that doctors are just like cutting kids open and just cutting their dicks off. It's insane. It's the same mentality that they believe the baby guillotines, right? It's the same thing.
haven't been in complete agreement. President Donald Trump and others in his party about things like surgeries on minors have helped fuel a wave of state legislation. In 2021, Arkansas became the first state to ban transition-related medical care for those under 18.
Why would you do this, Arkansas?
Since then, restrictions have passed in 25 more
Okay,
states.
so I beat the tutorial.
Great.
I would not recommend playing that game with me. I would say that much, because I can tell you right now, not really exactly clear what was going on most of the time. At least in Overwatch, it's like, you know, like you don't have to do anything. You know, like, you don't have to like buy your shit between rounds.
In Overwatch? No.
Yeah. It's like
do you
your
have to do that in Valorant? Do you?
Yeah, yeah. You need to, like,
so
equip
it
the
must be. It's a bit
abilities.
more like Apex then. In like the because
I mean,
Apex had a 3v3 mode that they had, and you would have to buy shit in between. So maybe it's a
Yeah.
bit like that.
Like Overwatch, it's just like you know, like I can just play the guy with the sword and stab people.
True.
Yeah,
True.
see, I was saying it's more like, I was thinking it was more like Counter-Strike, but when Jack said Apex, I was like, I guess that then.
I mean, yeah. I mean, because it's because I always thought it was more like Overwatch, Apex Legends kind of thing, but like an arena shooter.
Nah,
but
I had to
CS:GO
plant
makes
a
a bit more
bomb,
sense.
and I had to plant a bomb to win, and then it was like, okay, now you're gonna do the defense, and I defused the
Interesting.
bomb to win.
But it has like abilities
It
and
seems
shit,
like,
right?
yeah, it seems like Counter-Strike with abilities.
I'm kind
So,
of
like-
down for that. That sounds cool.
Played it yet? So you'd have to go through the tutorial too. So we're definitely not going to play
Mm.
that today.
Okay, that's fine.
Trans youth, including Texas.
Also,
And
then
we had a thing here. Do I think there will be chaos in the election? No. I think Donald Trump understands that he's not going to get another shot at
be
denying the
chaos.
election.
There'll be chaos after the election.
Yes,
Trump.
it'll be after, and it won't
And
be
then I'm
Donald
gonna
Trump.
launch-
Donald Trump.
Nothing. Go ahead.
I don't think Donald Trump is going to challenge it this time. I think his supporters are going to do it because he's primed them enough that they won't need him to instigate it like last time. Somebody like Tucker Carlson or Dan Bongino or Jack Posobiec will make some kind of comment that will set off a mob who will be like, "Oh, the election was stolen," blah blah blah, and then somebody
Dan
might die.
Dan Fedbino.
Maybe. But I do not think that we'll see a repeat of 2020. I don't see it happening. I also don't see Trump winning. So
This law went into effect last September. It revokes the licenses of doctors who provide gender-affirming medical care to minors and requires anyone on treatment to be weaned off.
It was terrifying. Like, it was immobilizing. I pounded the pavement. I knocked on doors. Like, I did I did my best as like a mom and as a constituent to like plead my case, to plead our family's case. I watched experts get disregarded and dismissed. I watched facts and evidence be ignored, and they voted for it anyways.
What's your message to those lawmakers who passed that ban?
You don't know the people you're affecting. You don't know how much of a impact that has on them, how dangerous it is.
As the measure moved through the Texas,
the one thing that they never get to talk about or never get asked because either the press who's asking the questions don't give a fuck. They never talk about the stochastic terrorism surrounding the trans issue. There's so much of it, and it's genuinely more dangerous than anything else. I don't think legislation is more dangerous than this.
With this, with the Springfield stuff, we found out that those bomb threats were coming from out of the country.
Out of country, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I want to see if those bomb threats on those hospitals and stuff instigated by Rychek are also coming from out of the country.
Yeah, that would be actually pretty interesting.
We didn't get data like that then.
No, it would actually.
Because what if all of it's being escalated? All these bomb threats stuff, what if it's all being escalated by Russian agents and there's not people inside the country calling bomb threats on children's hospitals?
Looks like we just found a story to look into. That's what that sounds like. Sounds like we should be making some calls and backtracking and seeing if we can't find out whether this is
I don't
a fact.
even know where to start with that.
I don't know either. This is something that
I
would
bet
have
you,
to
I
be
bet you, I bet
extensive.
you, I bet you we can just email the FBI.
Maybe. Try it. Just be like, yo, we have a theory. Help.
Mm-hmm.
Like, surely the FBI would be able to
subject's line bomb threats.
I think that would definitely get their attention. But that would I genuinely think we just found a story to look into. Like that's genuinely a story that could be connected and expanded upon. Because I've wanted to take this cunt down for a while. Like the fact that she's on education boards picking books for school children in a state that she's not even a resident of is wild. The fact that she's a real estate agent engaging in political influence is insane. She needs to be dealt with and removed from public life as quickly as possible. Yeah, I'm not sure how they actually figure out where the call is coming from. I don't think the hospitals would have that information.
Mm-hmm.
It would have to be telcos, maybe, because the telcos have to communicate with each other, which means that the telecommunications companies definitely have a record of it. It's just a matter of connecting those dots.
Legislature, Ryan and Mia were told his doctor couldn't see him anymore. They lost access to his prescriptions and had to stretch the medicine they did have as long as possible.
Unfucking believable.
Mia started looking for care in other states, but between the cost of travel, the appointment, and the medicine, they couldn't afford it.
There's no way. I'm already
Guess we'll die.
Barely scraping by.
Thanks, Texas. Really fucking helping people here. You know, making laws based on fucking morons with nothing but hatred in their hearts. Incredible. America clearly doesn't learn its lessons. What happened the last time legislation was based on hatred?
What's this story about?
Texas banning trans people, basically. Because if you ban trans youth, you ban trans people, huh?
Why are they gonna die?
No, I'm saying that they're not getting the medical care and shit, right? Right. So if they're losing access to prescriptions because it's illegal in Texas to have these prescriptions now, what else did they lose? Did some prescriptions come on the predication that they were taking other medications, like an antidepressant, for example? Right? Again, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. I'm just theorizing. But like, I don't see how this is a law that the state can pass when it's actively harming people. You know what I mean? The law is actively harming people. Not just like this shouldn't be allowed, really, as at the state level. That like surely this is something that the fucking federal government could step in on. Right? Because they're American citizens, not Texas citizens. Surely the federal branch would supersede in this case. I don't know. Yeah, but the drug thing, I can see where they're coming from with the drug thing. Like, prohibition doesn't work and the government is full of stupid people who think it does. That's why that's happening. I would distinguish it because the war on drugs, the illegal drug laws, aren't necessarily directly killing people or directly harming people. It's the enforcement of those drug laws, right? And these laws are laws put in place which are preventing people from getting the care that they need because doctors don't want to give it to them because they're scared of punishment. That's coercive law, I would almost say. Right? It's like you are this thing that you can't change. Don't. What are your options? Die. That's basically what Texas is saying. Is like, we don't want to help you. Essentially, just kill yourself. That, at the end of the day, boiled down, it's a little bit exaggerated, but you get the point.
I don't have. Actually, my car brakes are.
I agree, and they should all be removed. And if you can build a case where you can find laws that are harming people, actively harming people, not the enforcement, but the law in and of itself by its effects, then, and when I say affecting people, I'm like really affecting them, not just like bothering them a little bit.
I have extra funds. Like there's
Okay,
days
so
where
anyway,
I had to choose between like gas or food. You know what I mean? Like there's.
I figured since we basically didn't actually do a game to open, we can close with League. And that's all I was gonna say is that I updated it and got it working on the laptop.
Okay.
He's right, hungry, so my kid could eat.
Mia ultimately connected with the Campaign for Southern Equality, a nonprofit focused on LGBTQ rights. Its Trans Youth Emergency Project helps families cover the cost of travel for out-of-state treatment.
Ready?
I've literally never seen this fucking channel before, but they have 64 viewers live right now, and I have no idea why.
Write down that nonprofit that's helping people for potential guests.
And they're watching Breakthrough News.
Oh God, that's because of Lebanon.
No, it's even worse because the video that they're watching is journalist Rania Khalek. Don't just hate the media, replace the media. Boy.
Yeah.
Got Ryan an appointment at a University of New Mexico clinic in Albuquerque.
Posted in the potential guesty thing. Speaking of which, we'll see what she says, but we might have our Lebanese correspondent on.
Okay. Cool.
But it will be at the end of the stream Friday because that's when it depends because the only time we stream that would line up for her would be like 8 or 9 in the morning for her.
Okay.
So. And she also might be having to evac. I don't know because she's in Beirut, not the south, but they're also bombing Beirut.
We've got Lebanon coverage today, so.
Enter Elevated Access, whose volunteer pilots fly patients.
That reminds me as well. I can't get
Hmm.
to it. There's another. I can't get to it. I was going to promote a fundraiser, but I don't have Instagram on this computer. It's too difficult with the laptop.
Yeah.
Or gender-affirming care bands to out-of-state appointments for free.
For takeoff, you can proceed on course.
A pilot we're just calling
Oh.
Clyde to protect his identity.
They literally have
volunteered to fly
pilots.
Ryan and Mia from Austin to Albuquerque in his Cessna.
Based.
The surprise for me is how I reacted emotionally to this need. It just seemed so political, so ridiculous because it was political.
I think it's stupid. We shouldn't have to take a private plane to go to a fully different state for some little vials of medicine.
Crazy.
Shot. I don't think the old men should be making laws about something that doesn't affect them at all.
True.
Our pilot, the people that go out of their way, that risk it, that are risking their livelihoods or just putting themselves at risk for no reason than just they're kind and they understand what's at stake, and that's the part that it gets to me. It gets me at my heartstrings.
Oh, he's right though. It is fucking stupid
Yeah.
because it's political.
It is.
It's evil and inhuman, but it's only there. Something just flashed on my screen, and I don't know what it was. It was up at the top where it normally says live. It was said some.
Don't know.
Maybe it was connection slow. Anyway, like.
Thank you very much.
Ryan, can I give you a hug?
Oh, it's you. It's your pause when you pause and unpause.
No.
The next morning, Ryan and Mia arrive for their appointment with Dr. Michelle Hutchison, a pediatric endocrinologist. About half her patients are now from Texas.
I hate that this is happening to my families. Being transgender is hard. Transitioning is hard. And then you're doing all of this in the background of everybody coming at you and telling you that it's wrong. How would you not have anxiety? How would you not?
The only reason they're doing it is because it's been made as a popular political issue as well.
Yeah.
The party of leave me alone.
And there are new obstacles. Texas's Attorney General has tried to access medical records of trans patients getting care out of state. Trans Texans can no longer change their gender on birth certificates or driver's licenses. Meanwhile, the U.S. Supreme Court is set to decide whether
It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. So, if they do have the change of gender on something, right? So, because they can't do their birth certificate or driver's license,
yes,
there's potential that if you're trans, you can't vote.
Incredible.
So there, it also has voter suppression attached to it. Isn't that great?
Awesome. That's great.
And then when I try to tell my mom stuff like this, she's like, well, you know, the Democrats are bad too. No fucking shit. I can't stand the fucking cult mindset.
Yep. Nightmare. I'm actually so curious what this guy is talking about. Because like his title is Leftist News Free Palestine Climate, which means nothing. But like
maybe we should do titles like that.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe just on Twitch we do that because like the YouTube title we can keep the titles for YouTube, but maybe Twitch will make it a bit more nebulous and general. Maybe try it something different. Maybe we'll see.
Or constitutional.
Transgender insanity.
Transgender.
Schools.
And Mia says that if Trump is reelected, she'll move her family out of the country.
Fair enough. Look, I used to laugh at people who are like, if Trump wins, I'm leaving the country. Fair enough. Fair enough. You're welcome here, honestly.
This guy, the
It is that scary.
the leftist news guy, the 27
Mhm.
Club guy, he looks like CM Punk if CM Punk did drugs. Jack doesn't know what that is, but that's killing for somebody in chat right now.
What, drugs?
No,
I know
CM
who
Punk
CM
on
Punk
drugs.
is. He's a wrestler, no?
Yeah, but he's straight edge.
Yeah. Ah. Interesting.
Look at a picture of CM Punk and then look at that guy. You tell me I'm wrong.
No, I kind of agree because I know what he looks like.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't stay. How could I do that?
Yeah,
Good faith?
exactly.
I'd be a good parrot.
But for now, Ryan's care moves forward. Dr. Hutchison said Ryan was handling his treatment well, gave him a new testosterone prescription, and scheduled a follow-up appointment for 6 months.
I'm excited. I know now we have like plans set in place, like resources available. I'm happy.
Oh, I love you. Yeah, today's a good day. I've been emotional all morning, but it's a good day. It's happy.
I'm so curious about this single mother. Because I'm pretty sure they said that at the start. Single mum, right? Single mum, kid's kind of white looking. Do you reckon she's black? Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So
why
it's
she's
even
allowed to have that hair.
but like I think it's even more interesting as well because there must be an extra level of stigma here if she is in fact black American.
I
'Cause
gotta
I imagine
say
that
the whole like white people can't have dreads thing.
Mhm.
I don't have time for it.
Fair enough.
I had dreads for a minute, but I cut them off because I only had them when I was like really sick and couldn't do my mohawk every day.
Yeah.
So I like dreaded it, so it was easier for me. Literally like something to make my hair look nice because I was like disabled and couldn't function.
Mhm.
And there were still people online who had an issue with it, never in person.
Yeah.
What's funny is that every black person that I met with dreads loved that I had them and were like, "Oh, hey, like your hair, dreads are great."
Interesting.
Type stuff, right?
Are we
like,
talking like hippie gross dreads or like proper dreads?
No, mine were like really small and tight.
Yeah, okay.
But so like I made it so like when I pulled it up,
Fair
it
enough.
would like be in a like when I pulled it back, they would like be tight and look good.
Yeah,
But
okay.
still their buildup gets inside them, and I have dandruff, which makes the buildup even worse.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Fair enough. I don't know.
I want to say I might have still had them when we started.
Maybe the very first, like the Afghan episode that we did that was split into like 7 things.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I think I had I wrapped my head for that one. But so the whole point is like, oh, because like black hair is discriminated against, so they like won't hire people with dreads and stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's like then it's a natural black hair that they discriminate against it because of that. White people can't have it, and I'm just like, shut up, just shut the fuck up, just shut the fuck up. White people having dreadlocks is not stopping the black hair discrimination.
Yeah, exactly.
Or triggering it. It literally is like you're just alienating people for a fucking cause at this point.
Yeah. And that's kind of what it kind of leads into what I was going to say, which is like, because there's obviously like homophobia in the black community is pretty high, right? For whatever fucking reason. I haven't looked into it. I'm sure that there's reasoning. I'm sure there's some kind of like masculinity thing behind it.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the masculinity.
Yeah. So I imagine that there would be some kind of like, I'm very curious and I'm very disappointed that PBS did not ask this question about community. Because they started with single mother, trans kid. I would have loved to know whether the community has helped or has completely rejected her. I am so curious. But, yeah.
Be tears. I'm overwhelmed with gratitude. I don't care.
They went to a pharmacy nearby to fill the prescription.
Thank you very much.
A moment of relief amid near constant struggle. For the BS News Hour, I'm Laura Barone Lopez.
Like, your brain has to be pretty fucking broken to watch this story and then be like, yeah, we should keep that shit banned. Why? Reasons.
Evil.
Yeah.
Hate. It's politics of hate.
Literal hate. Yep. Yeah.
But remember, the Republicans are the ones that ended slavery. The Democrats are the racist party.
Well, hold on, what was that?
Boo.
I always skip their little factoids. 45% of transgender and non-binary young people reported they or their family have considered moving to a different state because of related politics and laws. 45%. Honestly, rookie numbers.
Did you watch that iDubbbz video, by the way?
I haven't. I was going to save it for Friday.
It's funny because like he starts doing, because they're like the percentage of people who are intersex is like, so his point was like, they're like, oh, it's such a minor number, why do we care? And he's like, literally more people are intersex than are named Megan with a Y or something. You know, he's like different names he was pulling up, saying that there's more people who are intersex than have this generic common name.
That's genuinely hysterical. Unfortunately, my room is not dark enough that the purple comes through. But I can like change color now as well.
Bisexual lighting meta?
Flesh colored? Gross.
It's called flesh.
No, it just looks flesh colored. Sure, that's purple. Purple, sure. Sure. Purple.
Yay. Yes.
Well, Sheikh Mohammed, welcome back to Washington.
Boo.
Our countries have a strategic partnership rooted in decades, literally decades.
Hey, did you know this guy is funding the RSF's genocide? Pretty cool.
And what did we do? We upgraded our fucking partnership, our strategic partnership with them.
Pretty awesome.
Instead of putting their feet on the fucking coals for this.
I just had someone come and basically apologize for RSF's genocide by blaming America. So that's pretty cool. And honestly, now, you know, they upgrade their partnership. They're funding the RSF is well known. Fair enough. Double facilitation of genocide charges for Biden.
Was this on Twitter?
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
And I welcome the chance to open a new chapter.
That echoed for me.
Are
you full screen sharing?
I am full screen sharing.
Always looking at the future, always making big bets. And there's something our country
like funding the RSF and committing genocide.
In fact, it's a cornerstone of our growing cooperation in AI and clean energy and space and investing in infrastructure to connect regions. And for many years, our forces also stood shoulder to shoulder in the same most difficult places. Today, we honor that legacy and carry our relationship forward as UAE is going to become a major.
As in like the population percentage.
Major defense partner of the United States.
Was it 3 million? 3.4 million?
Oh,
or is it 30 million?
Speaking of which, potential new country is going to happen potentially.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Where?
Hang on.
Isn't Sudan the newest country? South Sudan?
Okay. Can you share my screen, please?
Yes.
Okay. So, the sovereign state of the Bakashi Order is a proposed European microstate and city-state. Oops. That would be enclaved entirely in Trina, Albania, the current world headquarters of the Bektashi. If established, it would become smaller than Vatican City and become the nation with the smallest land area in the world.
Huh. Cool.
So, drafting legislation to create the new state within Albania began in September 2024. The legislation would need approval from the parliament and an amendment to the constitution, which would require a nationwide referendum. It's a Sufi order originating to the 13th century Ottoman Empire. Origins of the community point towards blah, 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 blah. Alvism, as Janissaries became a dominant force. So,
Muslim Vatican, yes, that's what it seems like, yeah.
Well, it's Sufis, so it would be a Sufi Vatican.
Who are the Sufis? Saudi?
They're Muslim mystics.
Oh. Who's Sufi, like a notable figure?
Mullah Omar.
No shit. Amazing.
Religious tolerance promote positive views of Islam in Albania. That's the thing, is Albania already has a lot of Muslims, which is
They're
why
Muslims, please.
Which is, yes, it is actually Muslim because you're correct. No, it is Muslim there. Opposition.
Azeri, of course it is.
Release. Okay, of course. Yeah, Azeri Turkish. Some critics have cited economic concerns. Here, Albania turning into an Islamic country is concerned about planning the country. Critics have criticized the. So, I don't know. It seems pretty promising that it's going to happen, though, from what I've seen.
Well, like Albania is perfectly fine with allowing it?
Well, Albania is already super Muslim.
True. That's true.
States joining only one other country, India. We also will discuss our efforts to end the war in Gaza and a number of regional issues.
Why?
I've been briefed on the latest developments in Israel and Lebanon. My team is in constant contact with their counterparts, and we're working to...
The fact oh, yeah, he's got a card on his knee. The fact that they're upgrading this to strategic partnership with the UAE at this point. What are we doing, bro?
I think they are doing this because of Gaza. They're trying to upgrade their relationship so they can have a better finger in the pie of the negotiations. Is my guess.
De-escalate in a way that allows people to return to their homes safely. Mr. President, I want you to know that I remain committed to the UAE's security, and I look forward to discussions going to cover a lot of areas. So again, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Nice dress.
فخامة الرئيس، سعيد باللقاء بكم مرة أخرى وأشكركم على حفاوة الاستقبال.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, I am pleased to meet with you once again, and I would like to thank you for the warm reception.
وأتطلع إلى مباحثات مستمرة معكم تعزز العلاقات الاستراتيجية الممتدة بين بلدينا.
And I look forward to continuously discussing our relationship between the two nations.
وأؤكد أن دولة الإمارات لديها الالتزام الراسخ بالعمل مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية من أجل تعميق الشراكة الاستراتيجية بين البلدين.
And I would like to reaffirm that the United Arab Emirates has a firm and unwavering commitment to work with the United States of America for the sake of deepening the strategic partnership between our two nations.
Yes. And this is what I was saying before, is that someone was like, oh, the US is backing the UAE, which is funding genocide. I'm like, yeah, sure. You're still negating the role of the United Arab Emirates and the RSF in the genocide. Like, sure, we can talk about who is giving them money, but I looked up the aid to the UAE. It's like $270,000.
It's nothing.
Like, so realistically, how is the US funding the RSF? Or is it just Emirati money? And the US is just a partner.
The US
you know
has
what I mean?
nothing
Like,
to do with the US has nothing to do with the conflict.
No, I know, and this is my point of like bringing this up, is like this is going to become a more common narrative, and we're going to have to be careful of it.
Yeah. No, that is the US's position on Lebanon.
Yeah.
Because weakening Hezbollah is in the US's interest, because the US is still pissed about the Marine attack from like 30 years ago, 40 years ago.
Yeah.
50 years ago, I think, even actually.
From Lebanon.
I don't know. Yeah.
Once again, Your Excellency, Mr. President, I am pleased to meet you.
Maybe America should consider teaching anti-Lebanese education within schools, resulting in stabbings of Lebanese children.
Dude, that was so wild when the bots from foreign governments were fighting in our chat.
I couldn't believe it.
And I would like to extend to you and the American people the best of wishes.
Thank you.
I just disagree. If you were to cut America off, the RSF would still get funded and genocide would still happen. If
America stopped existing, the war in Sudan would continue. So would the war in the Congo. So would the war in Israel.
Ukraine and Israel.
That said, we should still stop giving Israel weapons, even though the war would continue with or without our support.
This is just more pointing at the fact that we do live in a multipolar world. America hasn't really been the top for a minute now. And the conflicts on the edge of their influence shows this, that they are losing influence. Whether it stays this way is to be seen.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I swear to God, if they didn't press him at least behind closed doors or something.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say. I think the Iron Dome would be fine for a little bit. I'm sure that they have plenty of stockpile. Weapons maintenance is what would get them. Upkeep. Apparently they're running out of bombs, so apparently the bombs, I guess, are actually shipped to Israel and then dropped on Gazan children, so that's cool. Ultimately, they would still try. They would still try. They would continue trying. That's for sure.
Still might collapse on the current course.
God, we can only hope.
Stand up.
Yeah, I think it's their most used ones. I think they still have a ton of big ones, but it's like the more common ones. Yeah, so shit. Even Magnum Research had to take the Desert Eagle from Israel.
Remember? Dude, oh, by the way, did we post the third documentary watch?
Let me check Rumble. I'm pretty sure I posted it.
It's on the drive, so.
Yeah, let me check Rumble.
But remember in that one of the first ones we watched where I said there's video in this, I could only describe it as a meat curtain.
Yes.
You remember that? And it was just like
Yes.
have you seen the really, really gory meat curtain out of Lebanon right now?
No, I have not. No.
Let me find it for you. I'll send it to you.
My content. Ugh. Buried in the sand?
Yeah. No, that was the
band stream. No, there's only 2. I have to upload it.
Okay.
Is this just him coming out? I'm pretty sure the Marine was here trying to open the door. Yep. Not open. Open the door.
Because it was still locked.
Yeah. So I didn't know Mercedes still made Maybach.
Okay.
You gotta love when $1 million cars are used to just ferry assholes around. Pretty cool.
Here you go. Sent you the meat curtain.
Oh. Damn. Israel is really pissing a lot of people off.
Yeah, and if
I
you
would
try
not
to
be
say anything,
surprised.
it's anti-Semitism.
I would not be surprised if Iran does some kind of coordinated full-scale attack on Israel.
I think that's what Israel wants.
I think you're right, yeah.
They're speedrunning global war on terror. Understatement of the century.
Mr. President, sir, Israeli attacks on Lebanon justified. Sir, can you get a ceasefire done in the Middle East before your term is up?
وأتطلع إلى مباحثات مستمرة معكم تعزز العلاقات.
Today, we honor that legacy and carry our relationship forward.
Right.
Cooperation in artificial intelligence. How about stopping a genocide or 2? You know, you really like to harp on how you stopped the Bosnian one. Do it again.
UAE is going to become UAE is a nation of trailblazers, always looking to the future, always making big bets. And there's something our countries have in common and our people have in common. In fact, it's a cornerstone of our growing cooperation in AI and clean energy and space and investing in infrastructure to connect regions.
وأؤكد أن دولة الإمارات لديها الالتزام الراسخ العمل مع الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية من أجل التعامل.
Yeah. Poorly trained and disciplined for sure. I think they had moral problems, like morale problems, within months. I think they've been having morale problems because of a lack of ammunition.
عميق الشراكة الاستراتيجية بين البلدين.
We know about the letter. A month. A month. He was, wow, a month. Amazing. Amazing.
Hey, thanks for watching.
Fuck you. You did nothing. You put text on a screen.
Well, authorities upgraded charges against the man connected to the second assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump. Prosecutors argued that evidence clearly demonstrates a month-long plan to assassinate the former president in federal court Tuesday. Investigators say cell phone data shows the man was near Mar-a-Lago and staked out the grounds of Trump's West Palm Beach golf course for weeks. Authorities say he even dropped off a box at a friend's house several months ago containing a handwritten letter mentioning he planned to assassinate the former president.
Zero new information so far. Let's see how the hill does. Actually, no.
Breaking news today, the son of Ryan
The upgrading the charge was new information.
Ruth, the man in custody for the second apparent assassination attempt against former President Trump, has been arrested on federal charges of possessing child pornography. Orrin Alexander Ruth was arrested today, according to court documents.
Real,
investigators say
upstanding family here. Go damn.
they found hundreds of child pornography files when searching Orrin Ruth's home in North Carolina. It is unclear if the investigation was in relation to his father. The files were found on a Samsung Galaxy Note device inside Orrin's primary bedroom. As of now, a preliminary hearing has not been scheduled, and he has not entered a plea.
On his phone.
The Pentagon announced additional U.S. troops.
CP on his phone.
Yeah, so
incredible.
Like, what I think is because the feds were investigating the father, they investigated the whole family, and that's why he got snagged for this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, old mate's gone. The dude at the top is now no longer there. Weird.
You mean not
will be
sober
sent to the Middle
Punk?
East. The new deployments come as fears of an all-out war could break out between Israel and Hezbollah. Both sides traded fire this week, and Israel carried out strikes on 1,500 targets throughout Lebanon and rocking Beirut in just the past 24 hours. The death toll has climbed to at least 550 people and forced thousands to flee their homes in southern Lebanon. Today, President Biden addressed the UN General Assembly for the final time as president, having this to say about the ongoing conflict in the region.
Now is the time for the parties to finalize its terms. Bring the hostages home. Full-scale war is not in anyone's interest, even if the situation has escalated.
Joining me now is the Hill's White House reporter, Brett Samuels. Brett, it's great to see you.
Thanks,
Obviously,
Brett.
consequential speech
We
for
love
the
it,
president,
Brett.
foreign policy, a major, or what his supporters would say is a big strength of his. What else did he have to say in this speech?
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting speech because, like you said, Julia, this is foreign policy is something that President Biden's very comfortable with. It's sort of been a bedrock for him going back to when he was a senator. Obviously, this time around, it's his last speech as president to the United Nations. There was sort of this almost somber, reflective tone. He closed by saying, that there are more important things than remaining in power and holding on to power, which was certainly a notable message coming from the president to this room full of world leaders, including some autocrats, you could say. But obviously, the conflict in the Middle East, the conflict in Ukraine, both top of mind. President Biden made sure to address both of those. He really urged world leaders to stay the course in supporting Ukraine. And as we heard from the president, warning against the possibility of a wider conflict in the Middle East.
Yeah, obviously, like I said, consequential because he's only in office for really a few more months and all of this is happening. So definitely a busy time for the president. So Pentagon Press Secretary Major General Pat Ryder made the announcement that a small number of U.S. troops will be sent to the Middle East amid the ongoing risk of a greater regional war. Brett, do you think the U.S. could potentially be pulled into a wider conflict in the region?
Yeah, certainly. I think that's one of the concerns here for folks is whether this war expands and what.
I hate this fucking format. This is dog shit. They're not looking at the camera. They're literally looking at each other and then talking like nobody's there.
What that would mean for U.S. involvement. Right now, I don't think there's, an urgent or imminent sort of risk of the U.S. being pulled in as far as troops on the ground or anything like that.
Like, how hard is it to give them a table and have two cameras, one facing each of them that doesn't overcross, and then a wide shot? That'd fix this. That'd fix everything. You could get a proper angle of them speaking. Instead, they're standing exactly as you said, standing awkwardly, weirdly talking to each other, not looking at the camera.
Certainly, I think it's notable that the Pentagon is sending more troops, putting more more forces in the area. I think that's a sign that they are trying to do what they can to warn, all sides here against further escalation. But the Pentagon hasn't really provided much detail on what these troops will be doing, where they'll be going, what they'll.
Irony is people with airborne patches in front of a tank
be doing so. At this point, I don't think there's much cause to think that there will be U.S. troops on the ground here, but certainly bears watching how this sort of plays out in the region and whether this becomes a wider conflict.
We'll be watching for more developments as the story develops. So on the campaign trail, former President Trump is in Georgia today. His campaign focusing on a get out the vote strategy. So Brett, this was a state that he lost in 2020. Obviously contested those results.
Let's go to that Giuliani
in
video
terms
that I sent you.
Mm-hmm.
That's about the assassin. I think it's more towards the end when he starts yelling.
Yeah. We'll get there. I want to hear. I haven't seen this.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Shut up, cunt.
Well, from Florida because I wanted to be here for my friend
Rudy Coffey.
and the man that we need more than he needs us.
Not
Donald
true.
J. Trump.
Fundamentally unfucking true. Donald Trump desperately needs support. Like, without support, he is nothing. Without people, he is nothing. Yet he doesn't realize this. Does anybody in his campaign realize this?
From the moment he walked down those stairs with his eloquent, beautiful First Lady, we probably didn't know it at the beginning, but there was a conspiracy building to destroy him. Because they knew What we didn't know, what they were stealing, what they were taking, and how they were destroying the values of our great country. And they immediately sensed when he said, "I'll make America great again," that he was going to be the one that would have the courage, the independence, and the guts to expose them. And they began right away. Right away. Before he was even the leading Republican candidate, Hillary Clinton paid $1 million to frame him.
Uh-huh.
And Obama knew it. And Biden knew it. Remember Russian collusion?
What about it?
Russian collusion is a paid-for frame-up.
Uh-huh.
Not just of a candidate,
Prove it.
but to take a lawfully elected president out of office illegally. That gets pretty close to treason, doesn't it? Pretty darn close to treason. And when they failed at that, they tried to create an illegal conversation with the president of the Ukraine. That was false. And when they failed at that, they covered up the hard drive. The hard drive revealed evidence that would have destroyed Biden.
It didn't,
he couldn't
though.
have won.
Nope.
Whether you believe or don't believe that the votes were counted
Trump
falsely.
also, Rudy, Trump was
I don't just believe it.
Trump was president when that happened, so who covered it up?
Yep.
I know it. They were cheating with the hard drive and fixing the election. Biden was elected on a fraud. They hid the fact that he got, and his family got $21 million from Red China.
Red China.
What are we doing with a man in a White House whose family got $21 million from our biggest enemy? Imagine if Eisenhower got $21 million from Russia, or Kennedy got $21 million from Russia, or Reagan got $21 million from Russia. We would have hung them. The Chinese Communist Party has killed 100 million people.
He literally just called for Biden's execution. Did you catch that?
Yeah. Hold on, we'll go back.
Participated in Russia, or Kennedy got $21 million from Russia, or Reagan got $21 million from Russia. We would have hung them.
Right?
The Chinese
we would have hung them if they had foreign enemy money.
It's
he already said that it's treason.
I mean,
and these are the people that are crying, saying rhetoric is getting Trump shot.
Yes, and I think that is more the point that we should be making here, is that these people are the ones saying that rhetoric is bad from the Democrats, while their rhetoric is the one that's escalating everything. But we knew this already. Like, this rhetoric doesn't surprise me. Like, it doesn't stand out because it's so normal now for the Republicans, which realistically is probably a bigger comment on how fucking bad it is. Yes, exactly. And I was actually about to say this before John spoke up there, is he literally Black Book of Communism that like 100 million. And he only said China, right? He didn't even do all of them. But like realistically, the number's probably more 60. But like, are we really splitting hairs on hundreds of millions of people? Like, what are we doing here? What kind of genocide apologia is this? You know what I mean? Like, we don't need to, and this is the other thing about like the Black Book of Communism and like propagandists. So you'll see this come up a lot with when you do discuss death counts under people like Stalin, right? Stalin is the one where it happens most because people, the number's 20 million, right? 25 million, something like that, of just people he starved and killed. Then I think China was, again, starved and killed 40 to 60 million, which is where they get that number from. But, like, you can't also attribute it all to them. You can rough number it. I don't think it's necessary at all to just be like, oh, well, China did this, Russia did this. It's like, hold on. Yes. Yeah. So that's the big issue, and that's where it comes from mostly, is like the Stalin types. But it's just, I don't know. It's just like, I don't get it. How you can look at all this evidence of death and murder from these regimes, these authoritarian countries, and just be like, they're fine. The fascists, though, fuck those guys. The commies, the guys who helped them start World War II, the guys who helped facilitate the creation of Auschwitz, the guys who ethnically cleansed Russia of all non-Slavic Russians and sent them to Central Asia, this place also sucks. Wow. Why are we taking teams here? Why are we splitting hairs? It all sucks. They all suck. You're all shit. The state sucks. If you're a statist, there's your problem.
Communist Party has killed 100 million people. They participated in genocide. They killed Christians. They killed their own people. They got $21 million from China. It is in writing.
What is he
talking about? It is provable. It's true.
He's talking about the Biden crime family on the fucking stolen laptop.
It's still the laptop? Unbelievable.
Yes, that's what he was saying, the hard drive, because that's what it was, is they had a copy of the laptop on a hard drive, which is all public now, by the way.
Yeah.
And there's nothing.
And then the conspiracy of crooked Democrats and all the rest of them indicted him 4 times in order to...
I think that's a good catch, honestly. I'm not sure how anti-Jew Rudy Giuliani is, how Zionist he is, or how much of a Nazi he is. But sus. A lot of these.
To interfere in this election, and none of that worked.
But it's also perfectly plausible to assume he's talking about the Democrats.
They couldn't stop him. They indicted him once. He got more popular. They indicted him again. He got more popular. They indicted him a 3rd time in 1 year.
Why is he yelling?
I've never had a client that was indicted 4 times in 1 year. Al Capone,
didn't he yell?
John Gotti weren't indicted 4 times in 1 year. This was an attempt to fix the election for Biden and Harris, straight out. And they corrupted our precious criminal justice system, like they have destroyed our free speech.
Your
and he
speech is so
survived and
not
got
free.
stronger, survived and got stronger. And then someone tried to kill him. That close. And he got up, and what did he do? Immediately, fight! Fight!
Cringe.
Fight! Fight!
That's not what happened. Rudy, that's not what happened. The Secret Service kept him on the floor until they knew it was clear. They then got him up, and he utilized this opportunity to have a little gay fucking fashy fist pump.
Siege mentality as messaging.
Like that literally didn't happen that way. I don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot.
At a time when the world is at war,
just wait.
Who do we want for president?
Bush.
Cackling Kamala? Kamala, what are you going to do about inflation? I was born to a middle-class family, and and my mother used to go to the grocery store.
Brother, you are a fucking lawyer. You are a cockroach. You are a living fucking cockroach. And you want to try and tell me that Kamala Harris, a prosecutor, equally as much of a cockroach, is also not a piece of shit like you? Fuck off. You are scum. She is scum. Cops are cops.
What do we want? Fight!
This is blue on blue violence.
Fight! Fight!
Cringe.
Who will protect your children?
Actually, hang on. Rudy was disbarred. So,
when's he going to start leaking black goo?
He's the reason why he leaks black goo is because he's the offspring from Alien, the trolley problem.
Who will protect you against the 10 million, 15 million, 20 million illegal aliens they let into this country who are creating a massive crime wave? That idiot or Donald J. Trump?
Uh-huh.
You're paying anywhere from 30 to 90% more for everything you buy. Under that person, it'll go up. Under Donald J. Trump, we'll be.
Notice how it's an explicit lack of any substance. They're like, it'll go down. Why? Trust me, bro.
Back where we were. Best economy ever. Donald Trump handed the Biden-Harris regime, a world at peace.
No. 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 You fucking meatball. No. You fucking greasy fuck.
With the Abraham Accords.
You fucking gremlin.
And now we have a world at war. We have a world that could be a world war.
Oh my God.
Boy, do we need Donald Trump.
Yeah. Yeah, in the event of a world war, you know what we need? Donald fucking Trump. The guy who would side with Hitler. Yeah, that guy.
I remember from the hard drive, and I don't know if he's in the audience, but he's my good friend, and he lives here, and he works for Bruce Blake, but Bob Costello and I are the people responsible
He's melting.
for getting the hard drive out. That's why they want to destroy us. That's
sure
why
buddy.
they hate me.
Uh-huh.
And I am so proud of it. John Mac Isaacs only trusted me to get it out. And with Steve Bannon, who's in jail right now,
Good.
We got it out. We got
by
it
choice,
out.
by choice.
Yes.
Jail by choice.
Yep. Have you noticed his bottom lip doesn't move?
Yeah, it's because he's a fucking puppet.
The president
It's just a hinge.
always ends his speeches with "Make America Great Again."
And where did he get that from? Drum roll.
Oh, he
Ronald
made it up in his
Reagan.
head. He made
Huh?
it up in his head because he's just
Uh-huh.
such a good genius.
Yes, he's a genius.
But you know,
I'm pretty sure I said this on stream before. I'm pretty sure we said it like the day that we found out. But he also stole America First from the nativists. Pretty awesome. We love a fascist who steals iconography and terminology from other groups and people before his time and repurposes them. This has never been done before.
what he has to do this time, He has to make America, America again. And you're going to do it for him. God bless Donald J. Trump.
What do you mean by that, Rudy? What do you mean? What do you mean by make America America again?
How much is left in this?
That's it.
So it wasn't even the video I was looking for.
I guess not.
His wonderful family. I pray to God that he keeps them alive. No more attacks. No more attacks. No more. Stop it. If there's anybody behind it, I'll find them. I did it to the mafia. I can do it to them.
You did it to the mafia with the New York State resources behind you, you fucking idiot. Now you're a pariah. What are you gonna do? What's that fucking pedo catcher's name? Chris Hansen? You're gonna Chris Hansen some fucking found footage? Borat some found footage? What are you gonna do? I don't think you like Borat all that much, do you? Yeah, I know. Like that's the only thing he could theoretically do is like undercover sting operation filming shit.
If you're behind it, I'm looking at you and I'm gonna get you.
What a fucking weirdo.
God bless Donald J. Trump.
Cringe.
God bless you, MAGA, and God bless America. Thank you.
Boo. Oh, that was an event.
No more attacks.
Good evening. The state of Missouri this evening executed death row inmate Marcellus Williams as scheduled by lethal injection. A jury convicted the 55-year-old St. Louis man in the 1998 killing of Felicia Gale, who was stabbed repeatedly during a burglary of her home in a St. Louis suburb. Williams had long maintained his innocence. His attorneys filed multiple appeals, raising questions over jury selection at his trial and the handling of evidence in the case. Governor Mike Parsons said no judge nor juror ever had found Williams innocent.
At 6:01 p.m., the order was given to proceed with the lawful execution. At 6:01 p.m., the lethal injection of pentobarbital was administered. At 6:03 p.m., the 5-minute timer was set. At 6:10 p.m., Marcellus Williams was pronounced dead.
Both the family of the murder victim and the St. Louis County Prosecutor's Office had asked for the death sentence to be commuted to life in prison. Parson yesterday denied clemency, and the Missouri Supreme Court declined to grant him a stay of execution. The U.S. Supreme Court today also rejected the appeal.
Missouri has executed a convicted killer despite
On what grounds did they reject the appeal? Do we have that?
No, I didn't.
I'm gonna post on Twitter, see if somebody 6-3. Wow.
objections from the victim's family and the prosecutor. 55-year-old Marcellus Williams had been on death row for the 1998
stabbing death of a woman during
a
that was
burglary.
right. That was the reason.
DNA testing done on the murder weapon did not match Williams. The victim's family and prosecutors called for vacating the conviction, arguing that no physical evidence tied him to the crime. But the state Supreme Court just rejected that appeal. The court pointed to the victim's purse and laptop being found in Williams' vehicle and to an alleged confession in prison for keeping that execution order in place.
That sounds like horseshit.
Time now 12:14 this afternoon. Marcellus Williams, the Missouri death row inmate convicted in the 1998 deadly stabbing of a woman, is dead. He was executed last night by lethal injection at a state prison in Missouri. There was a last-minute attempt to get a stay from a Supreme Court, but they declined. Williams was convicted in the murder of former newspaper reporter and social worker Felicia Gale back in 2001.
So it wasn't even the Supreme Court said, yeah, go for it. It was the Supreme Court said, no, we're not even going to bother hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
I guess.
Recently, his case came into the spotlight after it was believed there was racial bias from prosecutors in the original trial. Williams had long maintained his innocence in the case. Both the prosecutor's office and the victim's family opposed the execution. This year, prosecutors attempted to vacate that conviction.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. Unless the U.S. Supreme Court intervenes, the state of Missouri will kill Marcellus Williams at 6 p.m. Central Time today. On Monday, Republican Governor Mike Parson turned down Williams' bid for clemency, followed a short time later by the Missouri Supreme Court rejecting his latest legal challenge. Williams is African-American.
No, it's the
He was
Missouri
convicted in
Supreme Court, not even
2001
the-
of
Yes,
killing a
yeah.
former St. Louis post.
So I think they said that in the coverage just before.
Dispatch reporter Leisha Gale, who's white, during a robbery. He was convicted by 11 white jurors and 1 black juror after the prosecution was allowed to preemptively strike out 6 other prospective black jurors. Williams always maintained his innocence. The jurors, the prosecutor, and the murder victim's family all oppose Williams' execution. For more, we're joined in Kansas
All of
City,
them.
Missouri, by Tricia Rojo Bushnell, Marcellus Williams' attorney, executive director of the Midwest Innocence Project. Welcome to Democracy Now! We only have a few minutes, but it's possible that Marcellus Williams only has a few hours. Can you explain what you are calling for and what this case at the last minute is all about?
Yes, at this time, we're asking for what Marcellus Williams has been asking for 23 years, which is for a court to take a full and accurate review of the proceedings before it. Right now, for the first time ever, a few weeks ago, the prosecutor had to take the stand and testify under oath about his strikes that he used during the jury selection process. And at that hearing, he testified that he, at least in part, struck a juror based on his race. Yet right now, we have yet to have a court who will fully examine and review that evidence. We know that that's a violation of the Constitution. The prosecutor agrees that violated Williams' constitutional rights. But what we see is a system that's looking at finality over fairness, rushing to get to an execution date instead of taking the time to stop this execution
Law
and look at
and
the
order,
merits of what
baby.
is being argued.
Law and order.
And what was the main evidence against him? And could you talk about the advanced DNA testing or what is revealed about the murder weapon?
Yes. So Mr. Williams was convicted based on what we know is a leading cause of wrongful conviction, which is essentially informant testimony. So this is a murder where there were no leads for months and months. And then at some point, the police suggested to the victim's husband that he should offer a reward. And it was only then, after a $10,000 reward had been offered, that the first informant came forward, a jailhouse informant, who said also that he wouldn't testify until he got the money. The information he provided was information that was essentially out in the public sphere, in the newspaper. But he also provided information about another informant, a woman named Laura Asaro, who had had connections to Marcellus Williams in the past. She also not only had incentivized by the reward money, but police forced her to talk by picking her up on her own warrants and saying, we can arrest you and charge you with these crimes unless you help us here.
Coercion.
At the time of the crime, there was a number of pieces of forensic evidence, including bloody footprints and hairs found at the crime scene, all of which exclude Marcellus Williams. In 2015, however, Mr. Williams requested additional DNA testing of the murder weapon, which was a knife found still protruding from the victim's body. That DNA testing was performed. Male DNA was found on that murder weapon, and it excludes Marcellus Williams. He is not the person who left that DNA on the knife. Based on all of that evidence, the prosecutor reviewed the case, brought forward this motion to overturn Mr. Williams' conviction on the basis of innocence, as well as on the basis of these constitutional violations, including racial discrimination.
Remember
but on the day before the evidentiary hearing,
we talk about
new DNA test.
What if one person who's innocent gets the death penalty?
Mm-hmm.
And that's enough to make it, no matter what your position is on it, that's enough that you should consider
be against it.
Outline it just because what if the one person is innocent?
Mm-hmm. At a very minimum, yeah.
Testing came in that showed that the DNA on that knife could be consistent with the prosecutors.
Yeah,
the
the killer killed
prosecutor's
2 people.
DNA.
That's correct.
What do you mean?
Because the killer killed him too.
True.
And the trial prosecutor's investigator. At the evidentiary hearing, we've now learned that they mishandled that knife. They touched it without gloves
Incredible.
in 2001 repeatedly, essentially destroying any potential probative value this critical evidence would have, which is what the prosecutor now also concedes was a constitutional violation.
So, Tricia, who is in charge at the U.S. Supreme Court of this case? What has to happen today?
So the stay motions go to Justice Kavanaugh, but the courts are going to be reviewing all of the cert petitions, the requests that the Supreme Court take on the case, as well as the motions to stop the execution. There are 3 petitions pending before the U.S. Supreme Court right now. The first is regarding the governor, Parson, had dissolved what was called a board of inquiry that was created to review all of this evidence. He dissolved it, even though Governor Eric Greitens had appointed it. So the first is regards to whether or not he was able to do that. The second is whether the federal courts should have reopened the case to allow this new evidence of racial discrimination in the jury selection to be heard. And the last one, filed last night, is about what weight should the prosecutor be given, his concessions be given. And we know that the U.S. Supreme Court has already granted review of a similar case, the case of Richard Glossip out of Oklahoma, where the Attorney General there said the same thing, that the constitutional error occurred here and we shouldn't execute him. And so for those same reasons, the court should hear this case
Tricia
as well.
Rojo Bushnell, Executive Director of the Midwest Innocence Project. The prosecutor, the jurors, and the victim's family have called for him not to be executed. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez.
All of them?
Democracy Now!
Crazy. Fucking hell.
Honestly, I think even if they found the actual killer, they would have still killed this guy.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Tonight, a Missouri man has been executed by the state,
coverage.
but a deeply unsettling question remains. Was Marcellus Williams innocent? He was accused of killing Felicia Gale in 1998, but a re-examination of evidence raised questions about whether he actually did it. After years of investigations and hearings.
Even if he did do it, okay? To get a conviction, it says beyond reasonable doubt.
Mm-hmm. There's doubt.
Yeah. More, and it's more than reasonable, right?
Yeah.
So even if he 100% did this, the fact that any reasonable doubt exists should be enough to negate and take the case back up.
Not anymore. He's dead.
Well, they still should open the case again.
I agree, and like it's obviously it's not going to help him anymore because the state did what the state's going to fucking do. But yeah, it should be looked into.
Missouri Governor Mike Parson stepped in this year and ordered the execution to move forward. And that was despite prosecutors, Williams's family, and even the family of Gale pleading to spare Williams's life. Now that
she was a journalist. What was she currently working on? You know, could have been a targeted assassination.
True.
A last-ditch appeal to the Supreme Court was rejected with the 6-3 vote falling along ideological lines. A devout practicing Muslim, Williams' last words were, "All praise be to Allah in every situation." The man's last meal, chicken wings and tater tots. And at 7:01 p.m. Eastern Time tonight, Marcellus Williams was given the lethal injection of the sedative pentobarbital, and 9 minutes later, he was pronounced dead.
At one point, he appeared to wiggle his feet, which were underneath a white sheet that's pulled up to his neck, moved his head slightly. Then I could see his chest heaved about a half dozen times. I didn't see any movement after that.
The death penalty, ladies and gentlemen. Neither family spoke after the execution, but many people in the public did. Nearly 100 people protesting outside of the correctional facility even today. But the governor, through a spokesperson, well, they defended the execution.
No juror nor judge has ever found Williams' innocence claim to be credible. 2 decades of judicial proceedings and more than 15 judicial hearings upheld his guilty conviction. Thus, the order of execution has been carried out.
With me now, St. Louis prosecuting attorney Wesley Bell, who is also running for Congress. Wesley Bell,
Unfortunate hairline.
You and I have spoken in the past when there was a chance that they would stay the execution, a fancy way of saying to continue for time to investigate the possibility that he was in fact innocent. What is your reaction tonight, knowing that that did not happen and he is now dead?
Justice, the interests of justice were not served. And as a prosecutor, as you know, as a former prosecutor, our job is not to get convictions. It's not to collect stats.
Go fuck yourself. Yes, it fucking is. Lawyers only take pro bono jobs to bolster their record, to pad their stats. Most lawyers won't take jobs that they won't win. And you're trying to tell me
did a bunch of pro bono cases
that prosecutors,
on principle,
people working for the state, their job is not getting convictions and padding your stats? Bullshit. If I was a prosecutor, I would want the most convictions on my record that I could get to show that I did my job. To say this, you are lying. You are lying. Jasmine Crockett was a defender, a public defender.
I know, but you said lawyers.
Yes, and like everything that I say, there are exceptions to the rules.
It's to bring justice. And
but the rule is lawyers are scum.
For us, for the folks that in my office,
this man's barber hates
GPM, Matthew Jacoby, Elena McMullen, Teresa Hurla, my office, the Conviction Incident Review Unit led by Jessica Hathaway. We're talking about folks who invested blood, sweat, and now tears to spare.
So what you're telling me, CNN, is you've brought the guy on responsible for making sure this guy died. That's who this guy is? Cool.
His life, because it was the right thing to do. If there's the shadow of a doubt with respect to innocence or the integrity of a conviction, at the very least, that individual.
Like this guy, his title is St. Louis County, Missouri prosecuting attorney. I can only assume that this is the guy that made sure he died.
Individual should not be executed. And it is, to say disappointing would be an understatement. There were several opportunities on the timeline, if you will. Obviously, this case predated me originally.
There you go. It wasn't
so
him.
this, 20 plus years ago, but throughout the appellate process, and now once we have had an opportunity, there have been opportunities for decisions to be made that should have.
He wasn't the prosecutor.
Yeah, he said it predated him.
Okay, so he's pushing to he was pushing to overturn it as the prosecutor. So who was? So he seems to be involved. Hold on, Midwest Innocence Project. 24. they need to update that. The court's ruling here. Attorney statement. There we go. This is what we want. Okay. All right. Attorney statement. Go away. Cool. I love having
He has
to
much hair, but his real hair.
I love having to subscribe to Microsoft Word in order to read a Word document. That's fucking cool.
You can open them in Google.
No, I know. I just don't want to open them in Google. I just want it to work.
It's funny because my weather right now, it's like 75 degrees and cloudy. You you wouldn't, tell just by looking at it that there's a hurricane about to hit me.
Statement by Grisha, the attorney for Marcellus Williams. Okay, that's all this was. So she said the statement was the decision of a prosecutor to move to vacate a murder conviction and death sentence is not done lightly. Prosecuting attorney Bell filed a motion. Bell? What's this guy's name? Wesley Bell? Prosecuting attorney Bell fled a motion because there is overwhelming vacate a murder conviction. Bell fled a motion because there is overwhelming evidence that trials was constitutionally unfair, including revelations that the state contaminated the most critical evidence in the case of the murder weapon. Yeah, we will continue pursuing every option to prevent their wrongful execution. Okay, but I want to know who the fucking goddamn prosecutor who made sure this guy died. I want to know who this was. Because they said that they took the case to the courts, right? The Missouri Supreme Court. Do they have prosecutors? Yes?
No, I think it's just the Supreme Court.
Okay. So there must have been a lower court before the Supreme Court, which would have bumped it up. I'm telling you, there's somebody with a name who made sure this guy died. And we should all know that guy's name.
Have resulted in Mr. Williams' life being spared, and the system failed. It failed all of us.
You have to wonder why there was such a vested interest in the speed of this. After this was a murder from decades ago at this point in time, now that this was underway, why do you think there was the haste to do so, given your office said no, the victims' families said no, he was not asking to be released, he wanted time to investigate further and was even willing to plead guilty to lesser charges, which I might add, there were people who said, well, hold on, that must mean that he's probably guilty. What's your response to that?
What he was willing to agree to was called an Alfred plea, as you know, which he is not pleading guilty to the charges. He's acknowledging that there's enough evidence to convict him. But that was really for us to be able to buy time to be able to investigate his claims of innocence, because the execution date was set. If the execution date was stayed or just pushed back a few months to give us more time to investigate this matter, we may have been able to determine whether or not he was in fact innocent or not. But as you know, it's not just about innocence. It's also about the integrity of the conviction.
Right.
And there are serious, legitimate concerns about this conviction. And at the very least, he shouldn't be executed. That's what we're asking. This was not a dichotomy between execution or release. This was execution or life in prison without the possibility of parole. And then his team and him, and they would have time to vet his claims of innocence. But now we're looking at a family who had to relive this again. The Felicia Gale's family had to relive this all over again. And as the prosecutor, I can't look them in the eye and say the right person was punished because we don't know.
He was the fucking
That's
prosecutor.
the scariest aspect of this, and also very difficult.
It fucking was him.
Maintain faith in a system that prosecutors, you and I know how impactful and how much we can control certain aspects
That's
of
so
it.
fucking confusing.
And to know that you
like
No.
if he's the prosecutor, right? Shouldn't he be the one that says, I don't want to take this case anymore, drop it?
Well,
Can
he was trying
prosecutors
to
not
get
do
it.
that?
He was trying to get it so he wouldn't be killed.
No, I understand, but you know what I mean? Like prosecutors have the choice to prosecute or not. So
I
could
don't
he
know,
just
bro.
go, I'm not prosecuting this case, drop the charges? Could that not be the conclusion? Or was it
No.
the judge that is like, nah, fuck this guy?
It's up to a judge whether the judge determines if the death penalty happens. Nobody else.
Okay, so it's the judge is the one who determines the sentence, but the prosecutor is the one who determines the guilt. Yes?
The prosecutor just presents the case.
Okay. But still, I still contest that the job of a prosecutor is not to get convictions. You can go fuck yourself if you're trying to convince me of that.
You are fighting to understand the integrity of a conviction. And that's done.
We have to, our job, we have to recommend folks go to jail sometime. That's part of our job. But it's also part of our job to make certain there's safeguards to ensure that we get it right, even if that means 20 years later. And so even though this case predated
Would
me,
there have been,
it was our office.
If he got released, would there have been remuneration, do you think? Do you think he would have gotten any remuneration for the time spent? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say they would have just let him out and he might have died anyway. Who fucking knows? Right? Because 24 years in prison, life's pretty different outside.
This has still had an obligation to do
And
everything that we could.
Nobody ever fucking
to make
talks about
certain that
this.
justice was served, and we fought, it's tough. It's tough.
It is very emotional to think about what happened at 7 p.m. tonight. Wesley Bell, thank you so much.
Those 5 men have run out of appeals. That means that they can be executed at any time now, and it could happen.
Okay, so this is South Carolina's execution. So I put this with it because I saw South Carolina's, and I was going to put this in the news segment for the news this month. But I might put this and Marcellus Williams in there as a bigger story.
As early as next month. Now, those who support the death penalty say it's a necessary punishment, and those who oppose it say it's cruel and ineffective. 5 death row inmates out of appeals and could possibly be the next executions in South Carolina. Richard Moore, Marion Bowman, Brad Sigmund, Michael Maddie, Stephen Bixby.
Take a look at the facts. Don't just, it's not some jealous husband who catches his wife, sleeping with the postman.
The first inmate who could be executed is Richard Moore, who's accused of killing convenience store clerk James Mahoney in 1997. His punishment, former solicitor and Senator Greg Embry says, should be applied in certain cases.
In recent history, I think that generally the death penalty has not been used very often. And the times that it's been used, at least the ones I know about, you can certainly understand the justification for that and pursuing it under those facts.
Governor McMaster, save Khalil!
On Friday, anti-death penalty groups rallied against the state's first execution since 2011 at Broad River Correctional. Freddie Owens was put to death by lethal injection that night. Executions were put on hold for more than a decade because the state ran out of the required drugs and couldn't restore the supply until lawmakers passed a shield law that would protect the identity of companies who supplied them. Lethal injection, firing squad, and electric chair are now the available methods.
Yes, I still believe that having an ultimate punishment is good for the criminal justice system.
Death penalty opponents, including the
Firing
ACLU of South Carolina, say
there's an ultimate punishment. It's called life.
What the firing squad?
Yeah, because
is this North Korea? What the fuck is happening?
No, so I believe you and me looked this up before, but like they just said, they ran out of stuff to do the injections until they made it so the lab suppliers would be protected. So they
but I would think that you would take firing squad off. No,
hang on. Let me finish speaking, please. They approved firing squad because they couldn't get the drugs for lethal injection. So after the firing squad was approved, they then did this SHIELD Act that allowed those drugs to happen again. So I don't think there's ever going to be a firing squad execution as long as the drugs are accessible.
Right, but it's there as a safeguard in case they run out again.
Yes.
Awesome. Great. I'm so glad America is such a forward-thinking country that it still has the death penalty. Pretty awesome.
Protestants.
Pretty cool. You know, eye for an eye and all, right?
So we can
Religion and
start
shit.
killing the Protestants. No, Mike, an ineffective form of cruel and unusual punishment that not only fails to make us safer, but raises the possibility of the state killing innocent people in our name.
Advocates and attorneys say new evidence in the Owens case should have led to that execution being halted. But even in the U.S. Supreme Court turned down that appeal. Right now, there is a system in place where executions could happen every 5 weeks in South Carolina.
If you want to stay up to date with this story and much more, subscribe to our WatchFox YouTube page. Be sure to like, comment, subscribe, and click the notification bell so you never miss an update.
And some developing news tonight. South Carolina has executed a man that the key witness for the prosecution claims was innocent. Now, his last chance to live was denied when South Carolina's governor refused to grant clemency for the 46-year-old named Freddie Owens. Owens was sentenced to death over the 1997 murder of a gas station clerk, Irene Graves, during an armed robbery. She was shot in the head. But emergency motions filed by his lawyer claimed the co-defendant in the case admitted that he lied at trial as part of a secret deal. Despite this, South Carolina Supreme Court and the U.S. Supreme Court rejected requests to stop that execution. Freddie Owens was killed by lethal injection. It was South Carolina's first execution in 13 years. NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now. Danny, there were a bunch of appeals filed for Owens throughout the years. Why did it take so long to uncover this new evidence that might have proven that he was innocent?
Well, that new evidence came from his co-defendant. So I guess the real question would be, why now did the co-defendant decide to execute an affidavit? And being a criminal defense attorney, it may surprise some folks to learn that these kinds of affidavits of witnesses recanting are actually not all that uncommon. Or I should say, the mere fact that there was an affidavit saying he didn't do it, I didn't give truthful testimony at trial, it's not the first time that kind of thing has happened. It happens fairly, I wouldn't say often, but it does happen, and courts don't look at those.
And they still executed him.
Affidavits as automatic get out of jail cards, and they don't automatically vacate a conviction or even stay an execution necessarily based on an affidavit like that. Even though I have to concede, this affidavit is very compelling, even though it was obtained very shortly before the execution.
And the state Supreme Court, they still ruled that the appeal wasn't compelling enough to stop the execution. They wrote in its order that Owens still took part in the armed robbery and showed, quote, reckless disregard for human life. If
you participated in a robbery, guess you die.
Evidence suggesting that he didn't actually commit the murder wasn't enough to stop the execution. Could anything have stopped it?
So I think in that passage, what the court was doing is making the distinction between evidence that he was the shooter or evidence that he was present at the scene but conducting the robbery. There's tons of case law on this issue. You know, whether someone who doesn't actually pull the trigger, are they to be treated exactly the same as the guy who's there? And generally speaking, accomplice liability answers that question, yes. But there were many different, very complex appeals here. And the bottom line on that affidavit, which really was just obtained very recently, it's the kind of thing that isn't necessarily going to convince a court that an execution should be stayed. Although you can see that there are judges out there who might take a different tack. It's luck of the draw who you get. In related news, his petition to the Supreme Court, the U.S.
Like that string of words should not exist together. Your life depends on the luck of the draw of the judge that you get. That's a fucking joke.
Supreme Court, which is based on different grounds related to the means of execution. As I understand it, this just came down. One justice would have voted to hear more. The rest, apparently, the remainder did not.
Danny Savalas, thank you.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about
The debate of the legality of the death penalty has also reached the High Court of South Carolina. Today, lawmakers discussing different methods and if any method is humane. The argument's taking up much of the day.
Well, Queen City News reporter Will Lewis joining us live here in the studio after hearing those arguments. So first, Will, explain to us, give us some context as to how we even got here.
Well, Alicia and Morgan, it all started back in May of 2021 when lawmakers changed the primary method of execution in South Carolina. Now, those drugs, because there was a lack of drugs for lethal injection, South Carolina lawmakers made of the electric chair the primary method of execution. Last year, a lower court in South Carolina ruled execution by firing squad or electrocution are cruel and unusual.
It's been questioned a long time in the state of South Carolina.
Why is South Carolina the only state in the country that wants to execute people and that is executing people that can't get the execution drugs?
Well, it's certainly a question, obviously, that this court has.
The answer for why the drugs can't be purchased may not be answered during these arguments, but attorneys for two men on death row maintain having to choose between death by electric chair or firing squad is unconstitutional, as a lower court ruled in 2022.
We can't do experiments on humans. We can't take a human being, strap them in a chair, shoot a couple thousand volts of electricity in them, and then give them a customer satisfaction survey. And say, well, what'd you think about that?
More than 30 people are currently on death row in South Carolina, and executions have been delayed since 2017 because those in the corrections system have been unable to purchase the 3 drugs for lethal injection, which was the primary method.
So South Carolina, I love this logic, right? That they're like, ran out of death drugs. You know what we should do? Instead of getting rid of the death penalty, because when running out of something that isn't really necessary and is redundant, you remove it. Instead, they were like, guns. Shoot them. Shoot them instead. Very cool. Try not state-sanctioned murder. Pretty cool.
Until May of 2021, when lawmakers changed it to
Just like slavery, murder is legal if you're the state.
Electrocution or firing squad.
The firing squad itself, when it comes to unusual, is a long-standing punishment that's been used in this country. The first one was in 1608 when George Kendall was executed for a mutiny in the colony of Jamestown.
Most recently, an execution by firing squad was carried.
Shouldn't the fact that the first one was 430 fucking years ago tell you that it's time to move the fuck on?
Now, in Utah in 2010, South Carolina.
Tradition.
Fucking idiots.
Supreme Court justices will need to determine if either method can be used, and executions in the state continue.
Now, some justices feel if there was a shield law in place for drug companies, this would not be an issue, but that's not up to them to pass legislation. Also, no word on when a decision from the South Carolina Supreme Court in this case will be made. Morgan?
Breaking news this morning, one person has died after a suspect hijacked a Metro bus at gunpoint overnight. Police pursued the bus for about an hour before it came to a stop in downtown LA, where that suspect was eventually taken into custody. KTLA's Eric Spillman live now at the scene with the latest. Eric, good morning.
Morning, we're at 6th and Alameda here in downtown Los Angeles. They've just moved the bus that was hijacked, the Metro bus that was hijacked overnight. Let me tell you what happened. A man with a gun boarded a Metro bus. He held the bus driver at gunpoint. He shot and ultimately killed a passenger. He kept passengers as hostage. He led police on a chase before he was finally stopped by the SWAT team. Let me show you how this chase began. It began at Manchester and Figueroa in South LA at around 12:45 a.m. That's where police began pursuing the bus. The driver had activated a panic button. He had notified authorities that an armed man had boarded the bus and hijacked it, and that the man was pointing a gun at him and that other passengers were being held hostage. Many patrol cars chased the bus on surface streets. It was a slow-speed pursuit, and at one point, the driver pulled up right next to one of our freelance photographers, and you could clearly see the driver, a passenger in the back, as well as the hijacker, pointing at the back of the bus. The pursuit lasted about an hour. It went on for 10 miles. At several points, officers threw down spike strips to try and get it to stop. Finally, the spike strips worked. The bus's tires were flattened.
Keanu Reeves?
There's
Who the fuck
smoking,
is in
and the bus
Speed?
came to a stop here at 6.
Yeah.
It is Keanu Reeves, isn't it? Who's in Speed?
Keanu.
Is it? For some reason, I'm thinking
It's like one of his first movies.
He's very young if it is him, yeah.
I mean, he was in Bill and Ted and stuff before that, but
Speed movie.
it's Keanu.
I'm just double. It fucking is.
I'm taller.
I was sure that it was, and for whatever reason, I doubted myself. But yes, real life Speed. As soon as you put this on the list and I saw it, I'm like, it's on it. Can't miss this.
And like it was dragging the spike strips because it got
Really?
caught because you know the flaps, the mud flaps. So the first wheels, the mud flaps behind those wheels or whatever, was holding onto the spike strip, so it was dragging the spike strip with it.
What a fucking...
in Alameda. At that point, cops tried to get the hijacker to surrender.
Metro Bus 585A. This is LAPD. It's surrounded. Come out with your hands up, one by one.
Well, that did not work. The gunman did not give up at that point, and that is when the SWAT team got involved. They boarded the bus and deployed a flashbang device. That's how they were able to get the driver out safely. He climbed out the side window of the bus. He was not hurt, but very shaken up, as you can imagine. SWAT officers also rescued a passenger who had been hiding in the bus. He was not hurt, but another passenger was down in the back of the bus. That person had been shot several times by the hijacker. That victim was taken by ambulance to the hospital.
Was he gone?
He was pointing a gun at the driver.
Yeah, did they kill him? I'm assuming they killed him.
No, they flashbanged him.
Interesting.
Where he died. Police believe the hijacker shot him before the pursuit got underway. Now, the hijacker eventually did give up after a standoff here. He surrendered. He's under arrest now, and police say it's likely he'll be booked for the murder of the passenger.
Sorry?
They flashbanged and rescued the driver.
Yeah, they clearly wanted the hostages out first.
There's no word on exactly what motivated him. Police say they don't know why he did what he did. But the bus driver is being praised for how he handled this whole situation. He's being called a hero.
Clearly, he was under duress.
Bro was just doing his job, trying to survive, trying to get home.
Mm-hmm.
Like, good on you, man. Do whatever you need to do. Like, he was lucky he was driving, is the most that I could say.
And under the threat of violence. And so, again, for him to be able to keep his composure is a reflection on the bus operators in the system.
It's very ironic for a cop to be like under the pressure of whatever the fuck he said here. Cop words.
Threat of violence.
The threat of violence. Who remains calm always under the threat of violence? That would be the people. For the most part. Yeah, it's totally not like the state has a complete and utter threat of violence upon all people. No.
Went over, gave him a hug. But he is also very focused on cooperating with us and making sure to see this to the end.
Now, LA County Supervisor Janice Hahn, who is the chair of the Metro Board, put out this statement this morning. She says the hijacking of a Metro bus in downtown Los Angeles late last night and the tragic murder of a passenger was a nightmare. I'm grateful to our Metro bus driver who showed incredible composure in activating a silent alarm to alert law enforcement and to the LAPD, who responded to a difficult and dangerous situation. We still have unanswered questions about how this happened. We need ways to prevent people from bringing weapons onto our Metro buses and trains, and the sooner we can find solutions to prevent tragedies
metal
like this,
detectors
the better.
in the doors.
Back here live, and they're getting ready to open up Alameda here. They've completed their investigation. They've moved the bus out of here. But again, this hijacking is the latest in a string of violent incidents on board Metro buses and trains. There have been stabbings, there have been shootings. In this case this morning, somebody was killed. The mayor back in May asked for more security on board Metro Transit. Clearly, there's more work to be done in that regard. We'll send it back to you.
Right. That is some of the sentiment we've seen over the last few years, and it's driving us crazy. I've talked about it a lot when we talk about the war on history. And guess what? Matt Walsh did a movie about it. He hosts the Matt.
Huh?
He said the war on history.
Amazing.
Walsh show, but his new movie is out. It's now 7, was as high as 4 in the country. Am I a racist? And Matt in the beginning goes out as Matt Walsh. And then he realizes he has to go a little bit
literally
undercover, not like
competing
Borat
against
undercover, but a little bit
nothing.
undercover.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There is a movie out right now that looks very interesting, and it's got Margaret Qualley in it, aka the girl with the feet in that Tarantino movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Which she plays the best character in Death Stranding.
Okay.
She's the mama who has the baby connected to her, who's a beached thing.
Oh, okay.
You remember that?
No. I will play the game. Eventually.
And go find out how racist we actually are.
Play it. You can just
Matt,
watch me
welcome to the Brian Kilmeade. Welcome back to the Brian Kilmeade Show.
Hey, thanks for
his last name is what I'd rather do than watch video games.
No, I mean
we appreciate it.
We play together, and
I mean, sure. And I
already have it, and it's one of my favorite games that I've ever.
I have the
played.
PlayStation. I have the pass-through thing. It's totally possible.
First, what prompted the idea to go out and do this?
Well, it was.
I'm a racist.
We made a movie called "What Is a Woman" about gender ideology. It came out a few years ago,
and it was dope.
And after that film, we knew we wanted to explore another kind of cultural topic through making a film. It was my first time making a film with "What Is a Woman," and it seemed like race is the other kind of obviously big area of controversy in the culture. And what's driving a lot of that controversy is.
Should we pirate his movie and watch it and review it? I think that. What do you reckon, chat? Patreon exclusive?
Okay, the movie is called The Substance.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so the description is: a fading celebrity uses a black market drug, a cell-replicating substance that temporarily creates a younger, better version of herself.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So it's Demi Moore is the older version, and Margaret Qualley is the younger version.
It's pretty interesting.
Is the DEI, is the so-called anti-racist people, these hustlers, I would call them. And so we decided we wanted to make a movie exploring that specifically, these people and how they are driving this problem in America.
Right. So you want to go first? Did you legitimately think that you were not well known enough to be Matt Walsh and go out into these woke circles and not be noticed? Or was that intentional to show a metamorphosis?
Well, we wanted to show the metamorphosis, but also we did want to show that these people live in really a bubble. So you might think
irony.
Well, look, I'll say on my side of it, as a conservative, I'm pretty well aware of the kind of liberal media personalities out there. They probably wouldn't be able to do to me what I did to some of them.
Yeah.
Because
so
even though I don't
they
watch
spent
their
2
stuff,
point.
I'm aware.
Or no. Hang on. Let me see how much money they spent on this. So I think it did make money. Because there's no way they spent more than $1 million, right?
Of course it made fucking money. As Fudge said. They'll
Where do
fucking,
they show you the...
like, they will spend any amount of money on something that's just making sure another person is repeating their own worldview. It's crazy.
Aware of them because I want to know what they're talking about. There doesn't appear to be as much awareness on the other side because they're really in this bubble. And for some of the people we talked to in the film, Robin DiAngelo being one of them, author of White Fragility, kind of the godmother of this anti-racism stuff. I think for her, when she was sitting in the room with me, even though she didn't really know who I was, it was probably the first time that she'd been in a room with someone that doesn't already agree with her about everything. It's probably the first time in years that that's happened to her.
Right.
And so for her, it was like probably unthinkable that she would ever be in a room with someone who would in any way challenge her or try to expose
I don't see how much it costs.
Here's a
but
little
it's almost
of that
up to
interaction.
It's almost up to 10 million.
And what's your name?
I'm Matt.
Matt. Hi, Matt.
Nice to meet you.
Just had to ask who you are because you have to be careful.
Never be too careful.
Right. What does she mean she wants to be careful? You have to be careful.
Well, she needs to be careful, but then she wasn't, of course. But it is interesting the fact that she said that to begin with. Like, what do you need to be careful about? I mean, if you
believe what you believe,
are confident.
Yeah.
Right. If you believe what you believe, if you're confident in what you believe, then there's really no secrets. All I'm doing is asking you what you believe, and so there's no reason to be nervous. But it is funny that she was nervous, and yet at the same time, she still sat there. Actually, it was a 2-hour exchange between the two of us in real time, and she sat for the whole thing. I have to say.
Matt, did she know who you were and that you were conservative and that you wanted to bat around her opinions?
No, she didn't know that. She didn't know that. Well, we told everybody in the film, we told them that we're making a documentary about anti-racism, which we were. That is what we were doing. Now they might have assumed that that our opinion on anti-racism is in favor of it.
Right.
But that's what you get for making assumptions, I guess.
So you called up and you got her on because you just say, "Hey, I'm doing a movie about anti-racism." Is that how you got in this circle of the therapy circle? And then when you realized you had to go,
slip? Did he just say, act like we were in favor of anti-racism, implying out of that binary that he is on the other side? Boy.
Semi under disguise, and not to give away the whole movie, but one thing you did is get people to weigh in on, can we change the George Washington Monument to the George Floyd Monument? As you know, George Floyd died tragically, but if you look at his resume, he's a horrific American who's tortured women and raped. And, you would think, okay, I have some standards, but there were people willing to do it.
But George Washington, wait. Was he saying George Floyd or George Washington was a rapist?
George Floyd is what he's talking about. Did George Washington had children with his slaves? No.
That were children that he raped.
Incredible.
Same with Jefferson. So, like, is that to mean that George Floyd is, like, better or worse? Like, George Floyd is a better person than George Washington.
Yeah. Arguably, George Floyd was a better human than all of the founders.
I can't talk shit about Franklin because he just went to France to get his dick wet the whole time. He grifted that position of power to get his dick sucked.
Ugh.
And I respect that about him.
And that was one of the most surprising things for me making the movie is I thought that, well, yeah, we could probably go to DC and get people to agree to a petition to take George Washington's name off the monument. Unfortunately, that's probably pretty easy to do. But I thought this suggestion to turn into the George Floyd monument, it's so ridiculous that most people would know that it's a joke, or if they thought it wasn't a joke, they would be offended by it.
Right.
But that wasn't our experience. Actually, we had trouble finding people who wouldn't sign it. We had to extend the shoot.
Can't hear you.
It's because she's a grifter. That's why. Robin DiAngelo's book, White Fragility, is one of the dumbest things I've ever read a page of. It was fucking idiotic. It's same as Ibram X. Kendi. His anti-racist stuff was just a grift to make money off guilty white people. And you know what? Get that bag.
Yeah.
Get that bag. Fuck them.
For longer than we wanted to, because we wanted to get at least somebody on camera not signing it.
Isn't that
but almost
depressing?
Everybody that it's very depressing. Yeah, I mean it's very depressing, and I think it speaks to, you know, there's the ideological indoctrination that a lot of people have fallen into, but then also
not you though.
They're really not aware. It's so funny because I was like this. Being like, you're in the bubble.
I'm the free thinker.
I know everything.
I'm the free thinker.
More than that, it's the way that people cave to social pressure, even like pretty light social pressure, which is what I was putting on them to sign the petition. I wasn't forcing them or compelling them to do it, but it's like a little bit of
say something
social
bad
pressure. I
against
think people are
about
very
Trump.
susceptible to that, which is one thing we
And
discovered
watch
while making the film. And then these
say something nice about RFK when you're Joe Rogan and see what happens.
race hustlers, they take advantage of that. They take advantage of how easy it is, frankly, to manipulate a lot of people, because people don't, you know, people are not, they don't like confrontation. They want to be polite. They want to be friendly.
This is projection.
And that's a generally positive instinct, I think, even if it's not one that I often share.
Or
But,
white, or if you're a white guy, or a white person, you're guilty. You feel guilty.
Exactly. There's that deep-seated
having
guilt
white
that
guilt
they
is racist.
instill in people.
Yeah. Why
If
are
you have
you
white
guilty?
guilt, it's racist. You're a racist.
Based on nothing. Like, you didn't do anything wrong. Slavery was a horrible thing. We haven't had slavery for 150 years. There's no reason why anyone alive today should feel.
Slavery just ended. Nothing. It just went to exactly equal, white and black, shared everything. Definitely nothing between that 150 years that occurred to.
Well, I mean, look at that Ryan Grimm
reinforce
interview
it.
with this idiot about Haiti.
Yeah. It's like, because as soon that was realistically, that was the relationship of power is the thing that really broke me out of it. These people fundamentally do not comprehend relationships of power, which is why they think that fucking their employees isn't rape. You know what I mean? It's that that mentality that these people have.
Feel personally bad about it, like as if you did it.
Well,
But
it's okay for Trump to grab him by the pussy.
Yeah.
This is what they do. And you know, guilt is also a powerful weapon that you can use to manipulate people. And that's another thing that we see, you see come up in the film quite a bit.
All right, I want you to talk about, first we're going to play.
You want to see a funny video of Ryan Grimm?
Yeah, God. Dog shit cars. Every time I see a Chinese EV on the road, I thumbs down them. I'm like, oh, not good.
So, Jesse Waters' early career
Destiny better
was just this, like, he would do this ambush journalism type stuff.
Group, what's your reaction?
So because Jesse was harassing somebody with his ambush journalism shit.
Yeah.
That pissed Ryan Grimm off. He would do the O'Reilly factor and ambush people on the street and ask them questions and stuff.
Remember was highlighting a comment that Bill O'Reilly had said, and that's what I remember doing. I don't remember attacking the foundation.
Right here in the bow tie?
No.
That's the guy. Wait, this guy right here? Let's go talk to him. Jesse, I want you to meet Amanda Turkle for a second. Do you have a second?
Oh yeah, she loves me.
I know.
Well, bring her over.
Let's make up. Let's make up. Amanda. You want to?
Yeah, let's make up. Let's make up.
Let's do it.
Amanda Turkle.
Amanda. Let's make up. Come on, we gotta do it. What if he apologizes?
Absolutely no way.
All right. She's saying there's no way it's gonna happen unless you totally grovelly apologize.
Oh, bring her over. I'll apologize.
She won't come over. Come on over.
I'm not coming over. Tell her to come over. I'll apologize.
Yes. You went all the way out to like the middle of fucking nowhere. You can go 5 feet over there. Come on.
I love Amanda Turkle.
Excellent. Amazing. That's great.
I'm not going to apologize. She's a good
come on. She's already.
I remember her. Did she hit you? She said some nasty shit though. I had to call her out. She won't come over.
No, she won't come over.
Psychologically scarred.
What actually happened?
How about?
Like, what did she say and what did he do?
Well, he just did this ambush interview on her.
No, but bring her over. I want to say hi.
It gave context in the beginning.
Yeah.
I ambushed her because O'Reilly
But I skipped
told me
it.
to get her because she said some really bad shit.
What'd she say?
She did. I know your video.
Oh, of course I am.
She denigrated some rape victims, so we had to call her out. That's what we do.
Really, Jesse?
Chivalrous of you.
Indeed, it is.
In your chivalry. In his chivalry, he went out to the middle of Virginia and cornered her.
Are you videotaping?
Oh, yeah, of course I'm videotaping this.
Get out of here.
He grabs Ryan's phone and throws it. Ryan,
Amazing.
I think here punches Jesse.
Amazing.
Still taping. All right. So tell me this. Like, have you had some second thoughts about what?
Yeah, so now he's got Ryan's
Wait,
phone.
he pocketed the phone?
Yeah.
When do we do it? It'd be great to get you guys in a room and talk about.
Yeah. Classic racist.
I've interviewed thousands of people in the last 10 years. I work with them. I've interviewed thousands of I've interviewed thousands of people in the last 10 years. I remember very few of their names.
Bro, what a fuckwit.
Is that how you?
Honestly, I think he deserves to be punched in the face. I mean, the appropriate response is, give me my phone or I will knock you the fuck out.
I think that's what he says, basically.
Don't you think it's time for some repentance?
Is this the interview?
Still consider yourself an anarchist?
What an absolute twat. Crazy.
I want to say there's another angle where they're like wrestling.
How old is this? Like, is this a new thing that happened?
Ooh. Look, traded blows at the after party for the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
Oh.
No, this is wicked old. 8 years on this one.
Okay. Man, Huffington Post was still around. Damn.
See, you see that? Ryan had his fists up at everything in a fighting stance there. See, there's Ryan right there, like ready in a fist fight. And now they're saying, hey, reporters have also taken beatings. And they're showing like wrestling and compilations. Why do we care about that?
That's really what we're going with right now? We're going with reporters get assaulted all the time.
I guess.
Jesse Waters is not a reporter or a journalist.
China urged the United States to stop what it calls...
Like, there is a big difference between a journalist and a pundit. Tucker Carlson is not a journalist.
Unreasonable
For
suppression
example.
of its companies, including EV.
Unreasonable suppression. You are not a participant in the market. You can go fuck yourself.
Acres. Wednesday's announcement came in response to U.S.
Try not suppressing worker wages.
proposals to ban.
Honestly,
Just
any
what's your address? I'll mail the phone to you.
like any fuck it, I lost the thought. Hold on.
China urged the United States to stop what it calls unreasonable suppression of its companies, including EV makers.
Yes. If a company doesn't adhere to an at least equivalent standard of employee protections, I don't think that product should be allowed in
My
a
mom
country.
unironically told me today that she likes Trump's policy to bring American businesses back.
Amazing. Right, but if so let's say this car here, right? I don't know what it's called. Whatever, doesn't matter. Right? The people putting this car together get 50 cents an hour. Less, probably. The people mining the coltan for the batteries are children. The slave labor pulling the cobalt out of the mines should make this illegal in the United States and most Western countries.
There's aluminum in that car too, right?
Most likely, yeah.
Well, bauxite.
Bauxite, what's that?
Bauxite. That's how you. It's you get aluminum out of it.
Okay. Never heard of it. Right, but like none of these cars should be allowed in the US based on just the standard of protections and worker standards in China. It should be illegal. And I don't think that's a controversial thing to say. If the standards of working are not up to scratch, we should not be buying these products. It's very simple.
Wednesday's announcement came in response to US proposals to ban
Which,
Chinese.
talking about this, the French girl that we like made a video about Temu. So we'll watch that on Friday.
Software and hardware in vehicles on its roads, which Washington says is due to national security concerns. A spokesperson for China's Commerce Ministry said the US move has no factual basis. They further argued it violates the principles of market economy and fair competition and is a typical protectionist approach. The US Commerce Department on Monday proposed the planned regulation. It would force American and other major automakers in future to remove key Chinese software and hardware from vehicles in the US.
Good.
Connected to the internet and navigation systems. China argued the action seriously affects the normal cooperation between China and the US in the field of connected vehicles. Beijing further said it disrupts the global automotive industry supply chain and harms.
No, it doesn't. Your cars don't exist in the global supply chain of motor vehicles. China not having their cars exported to the world will not change a fucking thing. But you go ahead with your 1 billion person market and infinite growth and see how that works with your billion empty houses and unbelievable fucking cost of living. Yeah, okay.
We had a great lunch today, right? And the friend we were with, she's like a normal person from Long Island, you know? So she has like normie opinions about things.
And you were having fun with it?
Oh, it's just kind of refreshing.
Yeah, okay. Having a non-political discussion.
My mom so much this week. And so my mom says, like, Kamala Harris saying something like socialist or progressive policies. And both me and the lady were like, what are you talking about at the same time?
That's awesome.
Interests of US consumers.
And then I was also explaining
Chinese
to her,
cars and
the lady we went to eat with, how I think that Trump's going to collapse the Republican Party and the liberals are going to move to be the new Republican Party.
Mm-hmm.
The entire system's going to shift.
What'd she think as a normie?
I mean, she just didn't ask questions, you know, which is what I want. Which is what I want. Just like, you know, I'm a professional. This is what I do. Like, stop treating me like I'm an idiot anytime you hear something you don't like. It's just so fucking rude, you know? Like, the other solution is just to not talk about politics, which is like, okay, now I can't talk about something that consumes like 80% of my life and my professional career with my family. That's not a solution. The solution is stop with the fucking cult mentality.
Mm-hmm. It's that simple.
Like, nothing I say to her is ever anything about how Trump is shit or anything like that. I'll say, oh, that's not what the policy does with the tariffs, and try to explain to her that, like, you know, like that's not how it works, that it's just going to raise prices and it's not a good policy, you know? And then I'll even say things to her like how I don't like JD Vance and how Tim Scott should have been picked, you know? But she can't get over me dissing JD Vance because he's on the ticket. Even though my whole point is about how Tim Scott introduced us to Trump having good policies. And I can't even get to that point because it has to be derailed because I said something negative about JD Vance, who she doesn't even like.
It's I mean, it's at the very base level, it's tribalism. But it's also the dismissal of you. I find it with my family as well. The only person I'm like not really, I don't really care so much if they do it is my auntie, because she's like really fucking smart and she'll push back in the right way. Where I'm like, because I was talking to her about the gun thing, right? And I was explaining how we've looked into these into mass shootings and categorizing them and trying to figure out the root causes and all of this stuff. And she brought up some really interesting points that actually made me question, like, maybe I should be compiling statistics and papers talking about this stuff so that if somebody does push back, I can just dump resources at their feet and be like, all right, figure it out yourself.
My mom will continually say, she's like, oh, I'm a moderate, I only lean a little right. I'm like, bitch, you are fucking far right. What are you talking about?
It's the denial. It's always the denial. They're never as far as they think. They always, but as you say, right? Nobody thinks that they're a bad person.
Yeah.
Or more or less.
Funds the interests of US consumers. The move would effectively ban Chinese cars and trucks from the US market. There are major concerns in Washington around.
But again, like it's not anything about her political affiliation or anything like that. It's the fact that I literally cannot talk.
Mm.
Like, why are you asking me questions if you're just going to get pissy?
That's fair.
Did Chinese vehicles on US drivers and infrastructure, and potential foreign manipulation of vehicles. China and the US have fought over national security concerns, with Washington enforcing.
I've got it's been a year, and this year has been wild. Like at the start of this year, we're like, oh, we're going to cover the elections. It'll be fine. Good God. Could we have predicted this year? Probably not. What the fuck has been happening? And I've got a family thing next month. Oh boy.
We were saying from the start, one or both of the candidates could have died. So we kind of were predicting that.
That is true.
They would not. And also, I was saying from the beginning that I don't know if Trump will make it to the election because of the charges as well.
Yeah. Well, we're currently, 40 days from the election? We'll see.
Strict export bans on semiconductors. Now,
like if you're anti-migrant, be anti-migrant. But don't sit here and act like they're doing crime.
Yeah, exactly.
Which thankfully my mom doesn't.
Yet.
With that specifically.
Yeah.
So is a significant escalation in restrictions
She's pro-migration
on Chinese vehicles, software, and components.
But like, so I was trying to talk about how the corruption case. Is this UNGA that's making you verify your age?
No, it's Qatar. Condemns blatant aggression of against Palestinians.
So it showed Palestinian footage. So like I was trying to tell her about how there was resignations in the NYPD, and she wants to go on about how not all cops are bad. Like, motherfucker, I'm not talking about cops. I'm talking about the NYPD.
Yes.
Okay, it's a fucking different enigma. It's like if I even introduced her to the fucking Los Angeles Sheriff Department's gangs, I'd get the same fucking spiel about how not all cops are bad. We're not fucking talking about all cops. We're talking about a specific organization in a specific place that has bad things going on. It's literally in support of your not all cops are bad if you just shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it gets like that. It's just like I've started just sort of sitting and laughing. I'll sit there and listen and just laugh. I'm like, I know more than all of you. And I'm not going to say a thing. This is great.
It's just like, just don't derail shit. Because we're not fucking talking about whatever you want to derail to because you didn't like something that you heard.
Yeah, and it's even funnier when what I've started doing now, because I used to give in. I'm like, fuck it, I'll give in to their tangents and go nuts, right? Now I just, especially if it's on Twitter. On Twitter, it's easier, right? Because you can just literally just reply with a copy of the original tweet. Which is what I've been doing if they try and deflect and change the subject to something. But all you got to do is just if they deflect, be like, "That's great. How does it impact my original question?" And that seems to work because they either get frustrated and stop trying the tangent, or they actually address the point. So yeah, methods. Give me 1 second though. I pulled another couple of the UN speeches.
Unga.
I pulled South Sudan and Qatar. That's all. We've got quite a few here. So what I think I'm going to do is let's do this. So we have speeches from the following countries: Qatar, El Salvador, Argentina, Brazil, Biden, Senegal, South Sudan, France, the Congo, Italy, Iran, and Turkey. I'm thinking 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 speeches. What are we thinking? Yeah, so I kind of figured that it would be a lot of that, which is why I pulled sort of different countries that we've kind of been covering, hoping that they would somewhat hit what we've been covering, right? So Qatar I'm only doing because Al Jazeera did the video. El Salvador I kind of want to hear. I don't really give a shit about Argentina. Lula I want to hear from. Biden I think we should listen to for at least a very little bit. I think we're mostly just going to hear the same shit. Senegal would be interesting because they had that political crisis earlier in the year. I want to know if they talk about that or not. I don't know what they talk about at the General Assembly, so I'm just curious. South Sudan, for obvious reasons. We're definitely going to hit South Sudan. So right now, America doesn't count, so I want Italy. Let's not send that to everything. All right, so I want Italy, Iran, Congo. Italy, Iran, Congo. NGO. Congo. All right. So, Turkey, France, Sudan, Senegal, Brazil, El Salvador, Argentina, Qatar. Who we want? Chat gets to choose. Let's start with Biden.
My fellow leaders, today is the 4th time I've had the great honor of speaking to this assembly as president of
a sophisticated guy.
It'll be my last. I've seen a remarkable sweep of history. I was first elected to office in the United States of America as a U.S. Senator in 1972. Now, I know I look like I'm only 40. I know that.
He's making jokes.
We get it.
I was
I'm
29 years old.
We've never heard you make this joke
Back then,
before.
we were living through an inflection point.
Old man makes I'm old joke for 90th time.
A moment of tension and uncertainty. The world was divided by the Cold War. The Middle East was headed toward war. America was at war in Vietnam.
Honestly, though,
at that point,
the face he makes when he puts the Trump hat on is fucking so funny to me.
Wait, Biden puts a Trump hat on?
Have you not seen the video?
No. What the
it's
fuck?
like one of the. It's like one of the more wholesome moments in politics as of late.
War in America's history.
So funny.
Our country is divided and angry.
True.
And there were questions about our staying power and our future. But even then, I entered public life not out of despair.
It just reminded
but
me
out of
because the
optimism.
guy, basically is like.
Isn't this in New York? Isn't the UN in New York?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it reminded me because he makes an old joke to the guy because the guy's like, you know your name.
States and the world got through that moment. It wasn't easy or simple without significant
I
setbacks.
don't know what the event is.
But we go on to reduce the threat of nuclear weapons throughout the
This
throughout
guy
the
was,
control.
like it's something
recent?
for kids. Yeah, this is
Recent,
recent.
though, yeah?
It's
Okay.
something for kids or something. So this is like the dad or grandpa, right? So he's
Yeah.
got the presidential hat with a presidential seal.
Mm.
And since this guy is a Trump hat there, he was just saying he was trying to give him the presidential hat to switch hats. Right?
Okay.
Which sets up this great moment.
Yeah.
I'll give you my presidential hat. Presidential seal on it.
You want to autograph it?
Oh, sure, I'll autograph it. There you go, man. I need that hat.
This is edited.
Oh, was it?
Hang on.
It's probably the short.
No.
No.
Let me find a
And then
PBS.
go on to bring the Cold War itself to an end. Israel and Egypt went to war, but then forged a historic peace.
Okay. Thank you, PBS.
Vietnam.
Brussels is the EU. That's what you're getting mixed up with.
There's other stuff that happens other places. Okay.
Presidential hat. Presidential seal on it.
You want to autograph it?
Oh, sure, I'll autograph it.
Huh?
Yeah.
You remember your name?
I don't remember.
You know what's funny though?
Well, sure, of course.
He said I don't remember my name. I'm slow.
Yeah, I know, man. I'm an old guy.
And you're an old person.
He laughed.
All right.
I'm a young timer.
He reminds me of the guys that grew up.
The funniest part.
Pause it. Hang on. No. Just let it play. It's only a minute long.
There you go, man. I need that hat.
Want my autograph?
Hell no.
You know my name. Come on.
I ain't going that far.
Yeah. Do a selfie. There you
Amazing. Hilarious.
Just remember,
That's fantastic.
He said, just remember, don't eat dogs and cats. I
don't know.
The face he makes, like, hey.
The old guy face.
Hey.
The funniest part is it was sitting like this on top of the other one.
Yeah.
Historic peace. We ended the war in Vietnam. Last year in Hanoi, I met with the Vietnamese leadership. We elevated our partnership to the highest level. It's a testament to the resilience of the human spirit.
Not true.
Oh,
Not
yeah.
true.
We learned from
Nobody
Luna
has the
Oil.
highest level of diplomatic partnership with Vietnam, I'm pretty sure. Or it's like just America and China now.
Well, no. So the accurate, I think if you go look at our video that we say, because it's one of 2 Luna Oil videos we watched, and both were good and informative. I've seen other ones outside of this programming to change my opinion of her. But as far as on air, still pro Luna Oil because she's yet to make a bad video that I've watched on air, to be clear. Anyway, that's just a joke, of course. But the thing is I adjusted it where it's like what the headline should be, highest possible. Right? Because the other ones are impossible because you have to be like Cuba or something. Yeah.
And the capacity for reconciliation.
Exactly.
That today, the United States and Vietnam are partners and friends. And it's proof that even from the horrors of war, there's a way forward. Things can get better. We should never forget that. I've seen that.
So the US must have escalated Vietnam as well, because what we were talking about is specifically Vietnam putting the US at the same diplomatic partnership as China, which was pretty big.
Which is it?
Throughout my career.
But this is how you have to phrase it. Highest it's been in U.S.
Yeah,
history.
okay. Yeah.
Which we can't get higher unless they make a special tier, a fake tier.
Special
that
America
doesn't
tier.
actually- yeah, that doesn't actually mean anything. It's a symbolic tier that's supposed to be above the others.
Yes,
But technically, Luna White is right.
In the 1980s, I spoke out against apartheid in South Africa. And then I watched the racist regime fall. In the 1990s, I worked to hold Milosevic accountable for war crimes. He was held accountable. At home, I wrote and passed the Violence Against Women Act to end the scourge of violence against women and girls, not only in America, but across the world, as many of you have as well.
And then
We have so much more to do, especially against rape and sexual violence as weapons of war.
Hang on. He's like, oh, I held Milosevic accountable for war crimes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What about
and now you're
Netanyahu?
enabling genocide.
2 of them.
And then
now.
he said, and I passed the Violence Against Women Act. Meanwhile, Taliban.
not a very good
yeah,
give and take.
Not a
there.
very good end to those legacies.
Mm,
We were attacked on 9/11 by Al Qaeda and Osama bin Laden.
true.
We brought him justice. Then I came to the presidency at another moment of crisis and uncertainty.
Hang
I
on.
believe
What did
America
you just
had to look
say about
forward.
justice?
Osama bin Laden. We brought him justice. Then
brought him
we came to the
justice.
presidency at another moment of crisis
I'll
and
allow it.
uncertainty.
I just
I
wanted
believe
to be
America
clear.
had to look forward.
Yeah.
Nobody in Al Qaeda has gotten justice.
Mm-hmm.
New challenges, new threats, new opportunities are in front of us. We need to put ourselves
Unless
in a
it's a
position
bullet. That's
to see the threats,
that's
to
as
deal with the
close as they
challenges,
get.
and to seize the opportunities as well. We need to end the era of war that began on 9/11. As Vice President to President Obama, he asked me to work to wind down the military operations in Iraq, and we did, painful as it was. When I came to office as president, Afghanistan had replaced Vietnam as America's longest war. I was determined to end it, and I did. It was a hard decision, but the right decision. 4 American presidents had faced that decision, but I was determined not to leave it to the 5th. It was a decision accompanied by tragedy. 13 brave Americans lost their lives, along with hundreds of Afghans in a suicide bomb.
Fact check. Americans killed people.
I mean, the
Started
event
shooting.
was a suicide bombing.
There was a bomb. A lot of those deaths were caused by American bullets, though.
But, not all soldiers are bad, Jack.
I think those lost lives, I think them every day. I think of all the 2,461 U.S. military deaths over a long 20 years of that war. 20,744 American servicemen wounded in action. I think of their service, their sacrifice, and their heroism. I know other countries lost their own men and women fighting alongside us. We honor their sacrifices as well. To face the future, I was also determined to rebuild my country's alliances and partnerships to a level not previously seen. We did just that, from traditional treaty alliances to new partnerships like the Quad, the United States, Japan.
Assembly about women's rights in Afghanistan, that cats have more rights than women in Afghanistan.
Interesting. Wait, who does?
Meryl Streep said, today in Kabul, a female cat has more freedom than a woman.
That's right, she did. Yes, she did. Yeah, pretty powerful. Even though it is fucking Meryl Streep.
So, it does not look like Afghanistan is at the General Assembly. They only talked about the human rights issues.
Does not surprise me.
Yeah, well,
do we really think the Taliban was...
No, somebody
gonna
asked,
show
so I
up?
wanted to confirm.
Yeah.
I had to do a source check because I'm professional.
Yeah, okay.
Australia and India. I know many look at the world today and see difficulties and react with despair, but I do not. I won't. As leaders, we don't have the luxury. I recognize the challenges from Ukraine to Gaza to Sudan and beyond. War, hunger, terrorism, brutality, record displacement of people, a climate crisis, democracy at risk, strains within our society, the promise of artificial intelligence and its significant risk. The list goes on. But maybe because all I've seen and all we have done together over the decades, I have hope. I know there is a way forward. In 1919, the Irish poet William Butler Yeats described the world, and I quote, "Where things fall apart, the center cannot hold. Their anarchy is loosed upon the world," end of quote. Some may say those words describe the world not just in 1919, but in 2024. But I see a critical distinction.
How many countries do you think China has territorial disputes with?
Enough.
Pretty much every bordering country.
I don't know about Afghanistan.
Yeah, that's why I say pretty much. Territory disputes involving the PRC as of 2024 resolve disputes such as the ones in Russia, Mongolia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Myanmar, North Korea, Nepal, Tajikistan.
There is one with Afghanistan.
Continue.
Did you see that picture of the Chinese border soldier, and he has the Chinese sword spear?
No.
What are those things called? Guaos.
I'm not sure. Interesting. So Taiwan disputes China's claims over all of those territories. That's hilarious.
That's because Taiwan's cool.
That's great. But I'm specifically talking about, I'm not sure if people are aware of this. China will go to like the Himalayas and set up villages and then send people out and slowly creep their borderlines. Literally imperialism, right? They'll go set up these fucking villages and slowly creep their borders of their own country into the land of other countries. It's fucking crazy.
In our time, the center has held. Leaders and people from every region and across the political spectrum have stood together, turned the page. We turned the page on the worst pandemic in a century. We made sure COVID no longer.
Turn the page is the campaign slogan.
Defended the UN Charter and ensured the survival of Ukraine as a free nation. My country made the largest investment in climate, clean energy ever anywhere in history.
I keep having this like build up on my teeth because of all the cough drops.
The world apart. Aggression, extremism, chaos, and cynicism. Desire to retreat from the world and go it alone. Our task.
See that?
Oh, what the fuck? Nate?
Yeah, Guandao. That's what it's called.
Cool.
And those are pulling us apart.
I think I was watching Kung Fu Hustle, and one of the Kung Fu masters had one of those. I think. That looks familiar.
But the principles of partnership.
Hey, look. Here's a source for what I was talking about. China has built 50 villages across its western frontiers. 12 of them are in another country's territory.
That we came here each year to uphold, can withstand the challenges that the center holds once again. My fellow leaders, I truly believe we're at another inflection point in world history. With the choices we make today will determine our future for decades to come. Will we stand behind the principles that unite us? Will we stand firm against aggression? Will we end the conflicts that are raging today? Will we take on global challenges like climate change, hunger, and disease? Will we plan now for the opportunities and risk of a revolutionary new technologies? I want to talk today about each of these decisions and the actions, in my view, we must take. To start, each of us in this body has made a commitment to the principles of the UN Charter to stand up against aggression. When Russia invaded Ukraine, we could have stood by and merely protested. But Vice President Harris and I understood that that was an assault on everything this institution is supposed to stand for. And so, my direction, America stepped into the breach, providing massive security and economic and humanitarian assistance. Our NATO allies and partners in 50-plus nations stood up as well. And most importantly, the Ukrainian people stood up. I asked the people of this chamber to stand up.
They cut to the Russian Federation.
The good news is Putin's war has failed and at his core aim. He set out to destroy Ukraine, but Ukraine is still free. He set out to weaken NATO, but NATO is bigger, stronger, more united than ever before, with 2 new members, Finland and Sweden. But we cannot let up. The world now has another choice to make. Will we sustain our support to help Ukraine win this war and preserve its freedom, or walk away and let aggression be renewed and the nation be destroyed? I know my answer. We cannot grow weary. We cannot look away, and we will not let up on our support for Ukraine. Not until Ukraine wins a just and durable peace in the UN Charter. We also need to uphold our principles as we seek to responsibly manage the competition with China so it does not veer into conflict. We stand ready to cooperate on urgent challenges for the good of our people and the people everywhere. We recently resumed cooperation with China to stop the flow of deadly synthetic narcotics. I appreciate the collaboration. It matters for the people of my country and many others around the world. On matters of conviction, the United States is unabashed, pushing back against unfair economic competition, against military coercion of other nations and in the South China Sea, and maintaining peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits, and protecting our most advanced technologies so they cannot be used against us or any of our partners. At the same time, we're going to continue to strengthen our network of alliances and partnerships across the Indo-Pacific. These partnerships are not against any nation. They're building blocks for a free, open, secure, and peaceful Indo-Pacific. We're also working to bring greater measure of peace and stability to the Middle East. The world must not flinch from the horrors of October 7th. Any country would have the right and responsibility to ensure that such an attack can never happen again.
Does that involve indiscriminate collective punishment? Attacking a civilian population for a terrorist group who hired Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Taliban to commit atrocities and provoke Israeli genocide? That's what we're supposed to believe? You telling us? Okay.
Thousands of armed Hamas terrorists invaded a sovereign state, slaughtering and massacring more than 1,200 people, including 46 Americans, in their homes and at a music festival. Despicable acts of sexual violence, 250 innocents taken hostage. I've met with the families of those hostages. I've grieved with them. They're going through hell. Innocent civilians in Gaza are also going through hell. Thousands and thousands kills, including aid workers. Too many families dislocated, crowding into tents, facing a dire humanitarian situation. They did not ask for this war.
Very, very interesting if true. Especially considering that Israel said we are not. Granted, I didn't fact check this. Maybe this was horseshit. Maybe Netanyahu never said this, but he said that there was not going to be any ceasefire until the election was done, which seems sus. But I don't know. Yeah, I would say don't worry about it just yet. Keep an eye on it. Send anything else you see.
Hamas started. I put forward with Qatar and Egypt a ceasefire.
Potential ceasefire with Israel and Hezbollah.
It's been endorsed by the UN Security Council. Now is the time for the parties to finalize
senior Trump.
Bring the hostages home.
Senior Biden official.
Secure security for Israel and Gaza free. Hamas script.
That's funny.
He's the suffering in Gaza.
More like Hezbollah being a total bitch because they know they can't do anything.
Well, it could be that, yeah.
Iran is not going to support them, and they know it.
But it could also be America telling them to sit the fuck down. Maybe America said, if you launch planes, we'll shoot them down.
To Israel?
Yeah.
No.
Dude, imagine if that actually happened. Surely America could actually do that. Like, you do this, we will shoot down your fucking planes. We gave them to you. I gave birth to you. I can take you away. just pull one of those. I shat you out. I can shove you back in.
They could implement a no-fly zone.
True, they could. And honestly, not a bad idea for the US to enforce a no-fly zone over Israel. To ensure that their Air Force cannot bomb civilians.
That's the point of no-fly zones.
Yeah.
October 7th.
I'm curious.
Or now. Stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people. End this war now.
Damn. Okay. So we jump from Israel to
and
Sudan.
set the conditions for a better future.
Meanwhile, he
Against
gave the
innocent Palestinians on the
UAE
West
a pat
Bank.
on the back.
And set
Yeah.
the conditions for a better future, including a two-state solution.
Okay, we're still talking about Israel.
Progress toward peace will put us in a stronger position to deal with the ongoing threat posed by Iran. Together, we must deny oxygen to its terrorist proxies, which have called for more October 7th and ensure that Iran will never, ever obtain a nuclear weapon. Gaza is not the only conflict that deserves our outrage. In Sudan, a bloody civil war unleashed one of the world's worst humanitarian crises. 8 million on the brink of famine. Hundreds of thousands already there. Atrocities in Darfur and elsewhere. The United States has led the world in providing humanitarian aid to Sudan, and with our partners, we've led
Oh, but I
diplomatic talks
thought
to
you
try
were
to silence the
responsible for
guns
it.
and avert a wider famine. The world needs to stop arming the generals, to speak with one voice and tell them, stop tearing your country apart, stop blocking aid to the Sudanese people, end this war now. But people need more than the absence of war. They need a chance to live in dignity. They need to be protected from the ravages of climate change, hunger, and disease. Our administration has invested over $150 billion to make progress in other sustainable development goals. It includes $20 billion for food security, over $50 billion for global health. We've mobilized billions more in private sector investment. We've taken the most ambitious climate action in history. We've moved to rejoin the Paris Agreement on day one. And today, my country is finally on track to cut emissions in half by 2030. On track to honor my pledge to quadruple climate financing to developing nations with $11 billion thus far this year. We've rejoined the World Health Organization, donating nearly 700 million doses of COVID vaccine to 117 countries. We must now move quickly to face Mpox outbreak in Africa. We're prepared to commit $500 million to help African countries prevent and respond to Mpox and to donate 1 million doses of Mpox vaccine now. We call on our partners to match our pledge and make this a $1 billion commitment to the people of Africa. Beyond the core necessities of food and health, the United States, the G7, and our partners have embarked on an ambitious initiative to mobilize and deliver significant finance to the developing world. We're working to help countries build out their infrastructure, to clean energy transition.
Okay, we've heard this. There's always China stuff. Hold on.
Digital and suffering. This in itself needs to go back to the job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering. This council, like the UN itself, needs to go back to the job.
The UN. Okay. I was like, if he's saying the US is the one that was doing this, I was about to laugh very hard. One single ha!
Job of making peace, of brokering deals to end wars and suffering.
Awesome. The hurricane is moving even more out of the way from me.
Fantastic.
Going to stop the spread of the most dangerous weapons, of stabilizing troubled regions in East Africa, from East Africa to Haiti, the Kenya-led mission that's working alongside the Haitian people to turn the tide. We also have a responsibility to prepare our citizens for
I want to go to the next one, but every time he brings something else up.
the future. We'll see more technological.
Honestly, good speech.
Yeah,
like
I mean,
other than the Israeli stuff, not bad.
That's
change, I
Biden,
argue.
you know, Mr. Do the speeches.
True. The mention of Sudan is good. A lot more people need to mention Sudan. No mention of Congo. No mention of Ethiopia. But I guess it's not a real big concern for them. Israel's probably a bigger issue.
In the next 2 to 10 years we have in the last 50 years. Artificial intelligence is going to change our ways of life, our ways of work, and our ways of war.
Yawn.
To usher in scientific progress at a pace never seen before.
All right.
Much of
Next, Iran.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Masoud Pezeshkian, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
I want to be
Shame
that
on you.
lady. I want to be that lady that just announces the cunts coming in. That seems like a chill job. Now coming, the Iranian president. Walkout music. I reckon that'd be fucking hysterical. Some walkout music at the UN. Beautiful. I love the silence between them speaking.
In the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Mr. President, Excellencies.
Dude, we don't even hear the Persian. It's just straight English.
Yeah, the UN assembly that's what makes it so fun, like so good. The assembly speeches.
Yeah.
I extend my sincere congratulations both on the opening of the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly and to you, Mr. President, on your well-deserved election. I trust that the crucial themes of this session, peace, sustainable development, and human dignity, will illuminate a bright path for both present and future generations. Last year, the devoted president of my country, Ibrahim Raisi, addressed you from this very podium. He was martyred in the service of the Iranian people. May his soul rest in peace. This is my first time addressing you as the president of the Islamic Republic of Iran, a position I assumed after the Iranian people voted for my central campaign platform of national empathy. This guiding principle is rooted in the command of the Almighty God as set forth in the Holy Quran. According to the teachings of the Quran, mankind was once a nation, so God dispatched prophets as heralds and warners. He sent the books down along with them to bring the truth so as to decide among mankind concerning whatever they had been disagreeing about. However, only those to whom it was given
Don't these microphones light up when they're on?
Sometimes.
Maybe he's talking directly into a translator. Like he's directly speaking to a translator and then they're all translating it out. I don't know. Surely it's live translation, right? Does that mean every country has to have a language translator?
Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, this is like the place to be if you're a translator.
Interesting.
Agreed about it out of envy towards one another after explanations had been brought to them. Imam Ali, peace be upon him, instructed.
It is the Islamic Republic. Did you expect anything else but a I'm retarded. And it's not even that. Bibliography? No. Bibliographic. Is that a word? I think that's a word. I think that's the correct word. Bibliographic. I'm going to double check that because I could be talking shit. Relating to the Bible. Relating to bibliography. No. I'm wrong. Hold on. What is... I don't even know how to look up what this word would be. The study of the Bible? Quranic? Quranic. There we go. That's the word. I'm still losing my shit. What's the word for the Bible?
I got some chronic for you.
What is like, but Quranic, right? That makes sense. What is
Biblical.
The Bible one? Biblical. It is. Okay. I'm just losing my shit because English is a shit language. Like it should be Quranic, biblic. Fuck it. Biblic. That's what I'm calling it from now on. Anytime people are telling me about the Bible, they're speaking biblic.
One of his governors to embrace the people.
What's the other
with
one?
all your heart, show them
You think
kindness and
Margot Robbie
extend-
takes a dump?
I thought that perfectly. What would the Torahs be? Do they refer to it like that? Or is it just like the teachings of the Torah? Like do they have a word like that? Toranic? Who fucking knows?
your compassion towards them. Treat those under your command with harshness.
It's
violence, or
international
people fall into
Jewry.
two categories. They're either your brothers in religion or equals in creation. The mission of all prophets.
Oh, look, they brought a woman with them.
Has been to establish and promote truth and justice in society among all people, regardless of color, race, gender, or language. Peace and security in the world will not be achieved unless the rights of all individuals, communities, and nations are upheld with justice and fairness. Let's ask our...
Give me 1 second. So just keep in mind what he just said, right? Charge on... Let's just see. Okay. So this guy is the president of Iran talking about justice and what was it? Law and order, something like this.
Nations are upheld with justice and fairness.
Justice and fairness. Let's see. Sentenced to death. Yes. Do you remember the exact wording of the charges?
It's like crimes against Earth,
Yeah.
crimes of the Earth, or something.
Yeah. I'm trying to find the specific word because it's.
It just
that
reminds me
ridiculous.
of like Ahimedad. Somebody's like, your country like kills women and blah 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 blah. And he just responds, I didn't do anything like that, dude.
Yeah.
Because
So-
he's right, he didn't.
No. So the charges, it says here, the criminal charge is waging war against God and corruption on earth. But, you know, we should be listening to this fucking guy from the Islamic Republic of Iran who legally kills women for not wearing a hijab properly.
Or just because they want to, and then
Or just because they want to, and charges rappers with
gang rapes 14-year-old girls and then throws their bodies off buildings.
Yes. What's
maybe
this?
17? I don't know. She was
young. Punishment. It's a Quranic punishment, which is why Hiraba is, I think. So waging war against God is what that one is. Hiraba. And then Mofsed-e Falaz is a capital crime of corruption on earth. And that is what this man has been charged with. And this guy is trying to tell us that we should listen to them and be interested in justice. Okay.
Let's ask ourselves, are the roots of war and bloodshed we see?
Also, Kurds. It's Iran. Also, what other minority groups are oppressed by Iran? All of them?
Yeah.
In today's world, anything other than the fact that aggressors have violated the rights of others, overlooked the rights of nations, enforced discrimination and inequality.
That's so interesting. I wonder why. Maybe because their whole gimmick is that it's. But I guess the Quran's gimmick is that it hasn't changed either. Maybe it's because the Torah is a more of a cultural word of mouth thing that they sort of persisted over their history. That they only call it the teachings of the Torah.
I still think that it's called international Jewry. And Jew.
I thought
he laughed himself to death. It was Pavarotti who had eaten a cow and farted himself to pieces.
Hey, all of the Twitch comments are gone now. All I see is this.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Equality kept certain groups weak and underdeveloped and disregarded the rights of individuals. As long as injustice, oppression, greed, poverty, and ignorance prevail in any region, violence and conflict will continue. Unless we confront the root causes of such disorders, we cannot rescue the future of our children from darkness and destruction.
Wow, that rhetoric sounds oddly familiar.
Mr. President, I embarked on my electoral campaign with a platform focused on reform, national empathy, constructive engagement with the world, and economic development, and was honored to gain the trust of my fellow citizens at the ballot box. I aim to lay a strong foundation for my country's entry into a new era, positioning it to play an effective and constructive role in the evolving global order. My objective is to address existing obstacles and challenges while structuring my country's foreign relations in cognizance of the necessities and realities of the contemporary world. Mr. President, over the past year, the world has witnessed the
translator
true nature of
flubbed
the
once,
Israeli.
and now his cadence is so off trying to catch up.
I'm just distracted by the fact that these guys are watching Dr. Phil and
Oh.
have 60 fucking people watching.
That's bullshit. Dr. Phil hasn't claimed them.
Well, it's on Twitch. But like whatever. We are watching UN speeches, I understand.
Of the Israeli regime. It has witnessed how the regime carries out atrocities in Gaza, and in 11 months has murdered in cold blood over 41,000 innocent people, mostly women and children. Its leaders label this genocide, the killing of children, war crimes, and state terrorism as legitimate self-defense. They label hospitals, kindergartens, and schools as legitimate military targets.
True.
They label the freedom-loving and brave people around the world who protest against their genocide as anti-Semitic. They label and oppress people who have stood up against 7 decades of occupation and humiliation as terrorists. It is Israel that has assassinated our scientists.
No, they do not care about Palestinians. Still right.
Diplomats and even guests on our
And
soil,
unfortunately,
and supported.
With this, we will see a lot of the Hezbros
Oh,
being like,
speaking about
haha, Iran.
Speaking of that, that reminds me, I have to show chat something epic that happened. Y'all ready for this? What's this? What's this? Oh no. Oh no. Not the majority report. Once again, platforming and condoning a fucking Assadist.
Hold on, go down. Scroll down. I did leave a reply here. I want to see if it comes up. Yeah, that one under there. No, wait, I thought that was mine. It's very much the same. Oh, that's right. It's pushing all the fucking verified shit to the top.
Yeah.
I'll find what I said. Because you sent that to me, right?
Yeah, and I said cringe.
Yes.
Watch this if you want to smile. Shut up. Shut up. Fucking,
I said
at least Google somebody before you fucking retweet them.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah, like I responded to that with, does that take away from the fact that she's an Assadist, works for Hezbollah TV, and directly linked to PSL and the IRGC? Is this why Sam always platforms covert Assadist, because none of you can tell?
Both covertly and overtly, terrorist groups like ISIS. Iran, in contrast, has supported popular liberation movements of people that have been victims of 4 generations of the crimes and colonialism of the Israeli regime. We have been siding with the people across the world who have flooded the streets in outrage against Israeli atrocities. We condemn Israeli crimes against humanity. It is imperative that the international community should immediately stop the violence and bring about a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and bring an end to the desperate barbarism of Israel in Lebanon before it engulfs the region and the world. Israel has been defeated in Gaza, and no amount of barbaric violence can restore its myth of invincibility. Naturally, blind Israeli state terrorism over the past few days in Lebanon, followed by a massive aggression with thousands of victims, cannot go unanswered. The responsibility for all consequences will be borne by those governments who have thwarted all global efforts to end this horrific catastrophe and have the audacity to call themselves champions of human rights. The only path to end this 70-years-old nightmare in West Asia and the world is to restore the right of all Palestinians to self-determination. We propose that all people of Palestine, both those who live in their motherland as well as those who have been forced into its diaspora, determine their future in a referendum. We are confident that through this mechanism we can achieve a lasting peace with Muslims, Christians, and Jews living alongside one another in one land in tranquility and peace and away from racism and apartheid. Excellencies, examine the contemporary history of the region. Iran has never initiated a war. It has only defended itself heroically against external aggression, causing the aggressors to regret their actions. Iran has never occupied the territory of any nation. It has not sought the resources of any country. It has repeatedly offered various proposals to its neighbors and international fora aimed at establishing lasting peace and stability. We have emphasized the importance of unity in the region and establishing a strong region. A strong region rests on several fundamental principles. First, we must recognize that we are neighbors, and because of this bond, we will always remain together. The presence of foreign powers in our region is
Any gold down there?
United Nations has failed to fulfill their responsibilities. As an American, I am ashamed at what my government has done to different groups of people around the world. Looks like a real account. Yeah, this might be a real
I
account.
don't care about the legitimacy of the accounts. I care
I
about
know.
comment gold.
I'm just curious. From Iran. Hello, world. Okay. Advocacy for a one-state solution. Great speech. Thank you, Iran. No, nothing really. Just mostly glazing. Mostly.
Temporary and leads to instability. Our development and progress are interconnected, and outsourcing security to extra-regional powers.
Thank God this is your last UN speech. Bye, Genocide Joe. Stop war in Sudan. Interesting. Biden. Nelson Mandela and Mother Teresa is inspirational person for all of us. Sure. Okay, the first couple were fine, but mostly boring. Trump's UN speech from 6 years ago popped up.
I now give the floor.
First of all, Trump's UN speech is one of the most iconic ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rocket Man is on a mission to destroy
it's
himself
that
or
one.
something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gok, Minister for Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation in the revitalized transitional government of national unity of South Sudan.
By the way, one of the things that's also in that Iran speech further on is him talking about renewing the nuclear deal.
Oh, okay.
Which is what he ran on. What did I say when I was like, there's two things that we have to watch for this guy? One of them was the nuclear deal.
Okay.
And I forgot what I said the other one was. Oh, he said he was going to get rid of the morality police. So that's what I said. If the president has power, we'll see those two things happen in Iran.
Yeah. Bro, that's lit. Hold on.
Hello. It's pretty clear that we've got a few problems in this country, but one of those problems has a pretty obvious solution, and that is the fact that we have homes without people while we have people without homes. So in this video, we're going to give you the address of a place in Thornbury, and we're going to show you how to get in.
Do not play this video. We will get banned. We will get banned.
I'm not going to. I just wanted to show the opening to that one because fucking great.
Yes, that's what he does.
That's fucking cool. I found this guy from the CFMEU protest. Victorian socialist. Fat L's, but that was cool.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, at the onset, allow me to extend warm greetings and congratulations on behalf of His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, to Your Excellency Philemon Yang,
And now I will pee my pants in his honor.
Of 79 session of United Nations General Assembly. His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, would have loved to be here, but could not
he was
due
busy
to
peeing his
competing
pants.
demands back home. Republic of South
The
Sudan
demand
stand
for
ready
pants
to
full of
support
urine.
you during your tenure as at the helm of the General Assembly. Allow me also to warmly bid farewell to His Excellency Ambassador Dennis, who was the President of the 78th session of the General Assembly of United Nations, for his stellar work in service of the ideals of the UN Charter. We are especially grateful for his proactive leadership as illustrated by goodwill visit to the Republic of South Sudan in June this year, which he undertook in support of the ongoing efforts to consolidate peace, security, and development in our country. Mr. President, the theme of the 79 sessions, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancements of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, speak directly to the present state of global affairs. The ideals and value envisioned in the UN Charter are as important, relevant, and crucial now as they were at the founding of this noble organization on October 24th, 1945. They remain essential to addressing serious global challenges from conflict, nationalism, geopolitical competition, food insecurity, climate shock, natural disasters, pandemic, and threat to the international peace and security. Mr. President, distinguished delegate, the revitalized government of national unity in the Republic of South Sudan, as repeatedly stated by the President of the Republic of South Sudan, His Excellency,
really starting
President
to wear my
Salva Kiir
ADHD
Mayardit,
down.
The what?
I said, this is really starting to wear my ADHD out.
Fully committed to consolidating peace in our country. The implementation of the revitalized peace agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan is primary vehicle for ensuring peace and stability in our country. Thus far, we have made tangible progress in our quest for durable peace and political stability in the country, but we have been constrained by resource challenges to fully meet key benchmarks of the agreement. Nonetheless, all the signatories to the peace accord remain steadfast in consolidating the gains made so far in the form of relative stability and joining hands to complete the rest of the outstanding elements. This unity of purpose was illustrated in the recent endorsement by the Cabinet, the Revitalized Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission, the RJMEC, and the Revitalized National Legislature of 24-month extension of the transitional period, paving the way for the organization of free and fair general election that will be conducted in the Republic of South Sudan by the end of December 2026. The decision to postpone the elections, as previously scheduled for, was justified by the fact that essential security sector mechanisms and election-related institutions require more time to fulfill their mandate. Mobilization of funds to complete these important tasks that are critical to the conduct of free, fair, and credible election in the Republic of South Sudan also demands more time.
Who the fuck
Most
are you
importantly,
kidding?
the process of constitution making covers a series of activities and require an adequate time frame for effective consultation with all stakeholders to ensure that a broadly accepted constitution is adopted in South Sudan.
He's a weird-looking bloke.
And we therefore call on the United Nations and the broader international community to join us in ensuring that this new roadmap for peaceful transition in South Sudan is met by availing the required financial and technical support for the process. Furthermore, I am pleased to report that the revitalized government is currently engaged in robust and promising.
Isn't it pathetic that these countries have to beg the global north to help them develop their own country? Like, isn't that a joke? Why do they have to beg white people for money to fix the country that was probably broken up largely in part because of the white people? revolting.
Well,
negotiation with the whole Arab group through the Tumaini initiative.
And they
Like, I'm
have
really
oil
not-
too.
Yeah. Like, you would think that they'd be fucking rushing in there.
Well, that's the thing is that the oil companies are fucking over the people
Yeah, that makes
because
sense.
they're oil companies.
Under the auspices of the government of the Republic of Kenya to address all grievances and guarantee the return of those opposition leaders to the Republic of
Come on, cameraman, get your shit together.
South Sudan.
He's literally standing still.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, over the last
His
year,
ADHD
the
also
conflict in Sudan,
challenging.
Sudan is the country neighboring
He's like, ooh, butterfly.
South Sudan, has created one of the worst humanitarian crises in the world.
True.
As stated by the United Nations and other United Nations agencies, as an immediate neighbor, we have been impacted by this conflict with about over 800,000 refugees and returnees crossing our borders on daily basis.
Imagine your country is so fucked that you're going to South Sudan. Like, if that doesn't explain how detrimental the Sudanese conflict is, I don't know what can help you at this point understanding this conflict.
To South Sudan, fleeing from the war and settling in South Sudan. While we profoundly appreciate the efforts of the United Nations and humanitarian agencies working to elevate the suffering of the victims of this conflict, we strongly encourage support for the IGAD Peace Initiative to bring about peace to Sudan.
Look, Fudge. Yes, but also, if I'm giving a speech, I'm reading that shit directly off the paper. If it's required that, like, you put the camera here, right? So I'm looking at the camera, maybe. But it's all the paper. Read it off the paper.
Furthermore, we also believe that the international community support for the victim of the war
So you're telling me
inadequate.
You're telling me that you'd have the camera like this when you were reading?
Yes. Yes, if I was reading like that, the camera must be down there at that angle. Yes. Yes.
And unresponsive to the impact on the host communities that are also grappling with serious humanitarian challenges. Therefore, we are calling on the international community to expand their support and closely engage with the government of the Republic of South Sudan to mitigate and navigate impact of war on all victims. Mr. President, distinguished delegates, it's worth mentioning that the conflict in the Republic of Sudan has also directly impacted the economic situation in the Republic of South Sudan. With oil production significantly
Okay, I'm tapping out. I can't do
Holy
it.
shit. Oh my god, it's 20 minutes long. Okay. I thought this was one of the shorter ones. Jesus, okay. Oh my god, the Congo is 30 minutes.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency
We need
Chilombo.
We should have spaced these out between other
Republic of the
stories.
Congo.
That was probably a better idea.
I don't know why you didn't do that.
Okay, you know what? Break time, French lady. Hold on, did I put it in here? I didn't put it in here.
Just put on Maloney. That's a break for me.
Okay. Oh gosh.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The times we are living are very complex. And the common characteristics of the challenges of these times force us to think about things in a completely different way. The wound caused to the international
Tony Lasagna
framework founded on rules
You
from the war of
famously
aggression of Russia
said
on Ukraine
that
is indeed
the
having
name Fredo was like the N-word for Italians.
Yes, that was a mistake.
stabilizing effects well beyond the borders within which it is unfolding. And like a domino, it is contributing to reigniting or causing to explode other flashpoints.
She speaks English.
Not well.
Not well enough.
Crisis. Democratic political systems are facing unprecedented dangers. Geoeconomic fragmentation is growing, bearing down consequences that we must all deal with, especially fragile nations. The path toward a reduction in environmental emissions is at a crossroad in between ideological approaches and scarce solidarity, especially from the major emitters of greenhouse gases. The scarcity of water and energy have an ever deeper impact on development, on food security, and the social stability of entire communities.
Pizza's not Italian.
Instrumental use of religious faith has become a source of tensions, or worse, of persecution. There are hundreds of millions of people throughout the world that suffer due to their profession of faith. And at the top, as victims, they're...
Hey, Georgia, do you pay Libya to kill migrants? Asking for a friend.
Are Christians. We are witnessing the groundbreaking advent of generative artificial intelligence, a revolution that brings us to ask questions we could never imagine. Although I'm not certain it is correct to call it intelligence, because the intelligent being is the one who asks the questions, not the one to give answers through data processing. Either way, it's a technology that, unlike all the innovations we've seen through the course of history, sets a blueprint for a world in which progress is no longer meant to optimize human capacities, but to replace them, with consequences that risk being dramatic, especially in the labor market, verticalizing and concentrating wealth even more. It is not by chance that Italy wanted this to be at the top of its agenda of its G7 presidency, because we want to do...
Keep UN speeches playing and play League while they're in the background.
We totally could. We should be able, once we're using Streamlabs, to play games with the news in the corner. We should be able to do that, right? Where we can have us on one side, a quarter of the screen is news and the rest is us playing games. That's not a bad idea. I don't know. We do like TikTok brain rot attention grabbing shit. Yeah. Actually, that's have the game in a smaller box. Because we stream together and it's hard using OBS on two different platforms, like two different computers, and putting two people on stream. I've been trying to ask streamers if they've done it. Nobody does it. So, and everybody who does it uses StreamYard.
Do our part in defining a global governance for artificial intelligence capable of reconciling innovation, rights, labor, intellectual property, freedom of expression, democracy. This complexity, compounded by profoundly interconnected challenges, tells us first and foremost one thing: the problems of the global South are also the problems of the global North, and vice versa.
I cannot put multiple media slots on StreamYard. If there was an ability to put multiple media slots, that would be incredible.
I mean, if you make it so your camera is the media slot.
Can you do that?
Where there's a will, there's a way.
Hell yeah.
There are no longer homogeneous blocks, and the interdependence of our destinies is a fact. For this reason, we are called to think differently from the past. The challenge is to make a firm paradigm shift in our relations among nations and in the functioning of multilateral organisms. The goal is to build a model of cooperation that is completely new. I personally believe that this new model can and must be based on a few, unfortunately not granted, principles, that is mutual respect, fellowship, and concreteness. It means to have a rapport with one another on an equal footing, to recover that ability to listen to others, to understand their thinking, which is the basis for any form of mutual trust. Precisely because we believe in this approach, Italy set all of its events for its year holding the G7 presidency in an open format, with a very broad outreach involving all continents, the G20, the African Union, the financial and economic institutions, and the multilateral development banks. We have shown that the G7 is not an armored fortress that wants to fend off anyone, rather an offering of values open to the world. I think of the turning point.
How is Italy in the G7? How are they in the top 7 wealthiest countries on earth?
Anyway.
I doubt
Anyway.
this.
If you just make the league window really, really small and then put it over the YouTube thing.
Oh,
on the
like
same
full screen. Actually, that could work. That could actually work.
You just have to play in a small window.
Yeah. I would have to just
What, you can't play in a small window?
No, let me see. Let me see if I can fuck with this. So
Yeah, come here. Yes, Jimmy Balmer.
Jimmy.
Timmy.
It's opening slowly. This sometimes happens.
You think that Owl City song still holds up?
No. As long as dog shit.
You would not believe your eyes.
It is that one I'm thinking of.
Fireflies.
Yeah, dog shit song. Because the issue, so like playing, like that's. Oh my God.
There is no audio, so.
Yeah, there's not much sound, but the audio is coming through.
There is no audio at all.
To support strategic
Now there's
projects
audio.
such as the Lobito Corridor. We have done all of this without ever ceasing to involve and exchange inputs with our African interlocutors. We intend not to impose, but to share, and together choose priorities, sectors of intervention, areas of action where we could be an added value. We offered our perspective and our cooperation.
I mean, theoretically,
projects
I
that are
could
already
probably
giving
play
results. In Algeria, we
in
will
a
render
smaller
fertile
window.
36,000 hectares of desert land for crop cultivation and build a local facility for processing and production. In Kenya, with the development of a biofuel plant that will be completed by the end of 2025 and will sustain up to 200,000 small farming enterprises. In Ethiopia, large environmental recovery plan on the area of the Boy Lake in the west of the country. Because
how many times have I said it that Maloney's been going hard in Africa?
Yeah, she has. Okay. How do we think about this?
Objective
I think it's
before
doable.
tens of thousands of people who face desperate journeys to enter Europe illegally is to first guarantee their right to not.
All right, chat. What do we reckon? What do we reckon about this format? Watchable? Doable? Maybe?
Have to emigrate and to not have to cut their ties with their homeland simply because they have no other choice. It's a desperation on which reckless criminal organizations that are more and more powerful and ramified profit. I proposed a year ago from this podium to declare a global war against human traffickers, and I'm happy to see that appeal did not fall on deaf ears. First, in the G7, we found an agreement that gave life to an agreement coordination to dismantle criminal networks. The United Nations must do more, however, because these criminal organizations are reproposing themselves under other forms. For example, slavery,
I know that
understood
they're
as the
overlapping.
commercialization of the human being, that this assembly and other
This
times
is the
had
other problem.
a fundamental
You can still
role
hear it though, right?
in ridding the world of this definitively. We are not turning back to the past. Defeating the slave trade of the third millennium is possible. We can do so if we join forces with greater cooperation and joint initiatives among our police forces, intelligence services, judicial authorities in adopting the formula, follow the money. This was an intuition of great Italian judges, Giovanni Falcone and Paolo Borsellino, that became a model even at the international level to combat criminal organizations. It is a method that Italy intends to use to strengthen its
How
cooperation
small can you get,
with
Lee?
America, because there's a common denominator that ties organizations that profit on human trafficking in Africa and those who manage narco trafficking in Latin America, or the abominable act of abducting children
small.
to render them sex slaves,
I need-
and depriving them of
Yeah,
their
the problem is I need widescreen. This is 1280 720. Beautiful.
Watch your step.
Here we go. Here we go. Okay. It's really hates my mouse at the moment.
And then put the video at normal speed as well.
Mm-hmm.
present and their future. In America Latina, where
what do we think?
unfortunately, as it happens in other regions of the world, its legitimate aspirations of freedom and democracy,
I think that's not a bad
that
setup.
of tens of millions of people continue to be unfulfilled. Thinking in particular of the Venezuelan people, to which we give our full solidarity and support. The international community cannot just stand there and watch. Already after 2 months since the elections on the 28th of July, the election results have not been recognized. And at the same time, there's been a brutal repression, the death of tens of protesters, the arbitrary arrest of thousands of political opponents, the incrimination and banishing of the presidential candidate of the opposition. It is our duty to raise our voices.
Duty.
Dear friends, in 2025, we will be celebrating the 80th anniversary of the Charter of the United Nations. The charter that enshrines the principles and values that at this time have been put into question by none other than a permanent member of the Security Council, but whose defense we will not back down, because these are principles and values that are made for all as a guarantee, especially countries that are less equipped to defend themselves. No one is above the law, but this is needed even more to defend the more vulnerable. And for this reason, we cannot turn our backs in front of the right of Ukraine to defend its borders, its sovereignty, its freedom, as we affirm the right of the state of Israel to defend itself from external attacks like the attack of the 7th of October. At the same time, we ask Israel to respect international law,
They're not going
possibility of an advantageous coexistence and cooperation on the basis of mutual recognition. If this is the basis on which we all have to work, and it is, today, the imperative is to reach without further delay a ceasefire in Gaza and the immediate release of Israeli hostages. We cannot.
What about all the thousands of Palestinians being held in concentration camps? Do we care about them? No, we don't care about them? Okay.
I mean,
witness no longer
she might have said something.
Tragedies like we've seen in these days in the south and west of Lebanon, with the involvement of helpless civilians, many of which children. That said, the anniversary next year gives us
another key,
a historic
baby.
opportunity to be finally aware, whether we like it or not, that the problems that we have involve all of us. And we must be able to question ourselves with humility and awareness. And this imposes also a serious reflection about multilateralism, on the capacity of international organizations to be up to task in this era to the challenges that we're facing. I'm talking about the United Nations and its capacity to reform, starting with what is useful and necessary and not from what is easier. Italy firmly believes that whatever reform of the architecture and the functioning of the United Nations, starting with the Security Council, cannot go without considering the principles of equality, democracy, and representativeness. It would be a mistake to create new hierarchies with new permanent seats. We are open to discuss the reform without prejudice, but we want a reform that serves to represent everyone better, not to represent better only if.
For a fascist, she doesn't sound much like one. It's very interesting.
That's what she's good at when she's
It's
dressing the
very
world stage.
interesting.
She knows how to turn it down. That's why she's so effective at. And honestly, I just wish Trump could do this.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't, because then
Israel's military said today.
Sure, he'd be very effective. Yeah.
It's preparing for a ground invasion of Lebanon. U.S. officials are frantically trying to avoid all-out war between Israel.
How's the audio balance between League and the video?
Hezbollah after more than a week of unprecedented Israeli attacks on the militant group, which have killed hundreds and injured thousands more. Nick Schifrin is here now with the details. So, Nick, how tense is the situation along the border right now?
It's extremely tense, Jeff. This has been the deadliest week in Lebanon for decades, and that violence continued today. Israel said that it struck some 350 Hezbollah sites, including some associated with the intelligence directorate, to, quote, make it more difficult for Hezbollah to produce an intelligence assessment. Lebanese authorities say the strikes killed 50 on top of the more than 550 killed the previous 2 days. Meanwhile, Hezbollah continued its own strikes.
An extra 500 people have died. Another 500 people.
Israel, including its hit villages near the border, wounding at least 2 civilians. Hezbollah also launched its first ballistic missile at Tel Aviv. It was intercepted by Israeli air defense. But as you said, Jeff, Israel went further today than it has in the past, calling up 2 reserve brigades to deploy them to the northern area along the Lebanese border. And the IDF chief of staff, Herzi Halevi, warned today that troops needed to prepare for, quote, possible entry into Lebanon.
We are preparing the process of a maneuver, which means you will enter enemy territory, enter villages that Hezbollah has prepared as large military outposts. You will go in, destroy the enemy there, and decisively destroy their infrastructure.
Do they not have a concept of camouflage? Or because they're just like bombing children, they don't need camouflage?
These are the things that will allow us to safely return the residents of the north afterward.
And that is what Israel says is its goal, returning the 60,000 plus residents who have been displaced from their homes since October the 8th.
Look, it's saying stream League of Legends to your friends.
So what does de-escalation look like now? What is the U.S. doing to try to prevent an all-out war?
President
Where's
Biden,
the window change?
All-out war was possible. Secretary
in video.
Blinken called the risk of escalation, quote, acute. So they have been scrambling, and they all are in New York with the entire international community. So that makes it possible for them to have meetings with partners and allies.
What
and,
res did you pick?
U.S. officials tell me that those partners and allies have been European.
What?
Nothing. Now, can I move the window, for fuck's sake?
Yeah, so you've got to tab
so
out.
I can still see.
Yeah, you got to tab out and then move it when you're outside of the tab. That's all.
Got it. Okay. No, I don't got it. Hang on.
This guy gonna die.
Okay. I don't want this. Get this out of here.
I owe them nothing.
Okay, I'm just trying to get my screen set up. AFK warning. Don't AFK warning me.
Yeah, just click the screen so you move.
Bro, I'm trying my best to just fucking do anything right now.
Well, lucky they're watching me, I guess.
Arabs alongside Israel. And 2 U.S. officials confirmed to me that the U.S. is proposing a temporary ceasefire along the Israel-Lebanon border. It's not ready to be announced yet. One official called it, quote, pretty limited and short-term. But the idea here, Jeff, would be to stop the violence, again, temporarily, in order to try and have a conversation that they've been having for months.
Annoying because I can't touch the window.
That would push Hezbollah back past the Litani River, which on average is about 6 miles north of the border, beyond Hezbollah weapons. That's really what Israel wants. And that is prescribed by Security Council Resolution 1701. So Hezbollah was already supposed to be doing that. One of the leading partners that is helping the U.S. with this is France. They are hosting a Security Council meeting right now over Lebanon.
Actually,
and President Emmanuel Macron said today that he was ensuring that a diplomatic voice can be heard.
Il ne doit pas. Il ne peut pas. We must not. We cannot have a war in Lebanon. There cannot be a war in Lebanon.
Is the blue ring?
This is why we urge Israel to cease this missile launch in Lebanon, and to Hezbollah to cease this missile launch.
Do I need to do anything with it?
No.
Senior U.S. officials tell me that they believe Hezbollah and Iran do not want an all-out war in Lebanon, but Hezbollah has to respond in a serious way to those unprecedented attacks that you mentioned at the top, especially using pagers that really hit Hezbollah fighters where they're most vulnerable. U.S. officials also believe that Israel is willing to go to war and obviously is trying to make it clear to everyone that it is with
Israel
this
is
announcement
willing
today
to
and the
commit
movement,
genocide
but that they're
just
hoping
to prove itself
Prime Minister
right.
Benjamin Netanyahu is willing to forego an invasion, but it's still not clear, Jeff, how any step that Israel could take could really get all of those residents back to their homes.
So what would an Israeli invasion of Lebanon look like?
It would be devastating. Devastating to southern Lebanon, to the people who live there, to Lebanon's economy, which is already in shambles. Take a listen to Lebanon's Foreign Minister, Abdullah Habib, talking to the Carnegie Endowment's Aaron David Miller.
It's all destruction by destruction and nothing. And the people are hurt. Both people are hurt. Israelis are hurt. Lebanese are hurt.
Go farm your fucking
While
minion.
we can find a solution.
Go
The
away.
more we think about it, is the United States is the key to our, I would say, salvation, if I can say, use this word.
Salvation, that's an incredible word, Jeff, to hear from him when the U.S., of course, is giving Israel the weapons that it would be using in Lebanon. Bottom line is, though, that their hopes are on the U.S., on the West, trying to get some kind of deal that would push Israel to withhold any kind of invasion, and that would somehow get Hezbollah
I got rooted.
it doesn't want a full-scale war, but has to respond to those pager attacks.
So
that response to be
the
under
Q,
the
I think,
threshold
is the
that
circle
Israel
one,
needs it to be, and somehow
which
move
is a
from
percent
that
health.
to the point where residents can get home.
The
But
E
that's
is the stun thing that I told you about.
More to come. Nick Schifrin, thanks for this great reporting as always.
Thank you.
I won that trade.
Now, Iran's supreme leader has reacted to Israel's assault on Lebanon and Hezbollah. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei said, since the Israeli enemy failed to win victory over resistance forces,
What does he mean by
killing
Israeli?
innocent civilians and bombing hospitals, only to portray any form of victory, the Zionist enemy has already been defeated. It is true that they are targeting the resistance here and there and have killed some Hezbollah leaders. Yet such loss cannot bring Hezbollah to its knees. Hezbollah is much mightier and more powerful than they could ever even imagine. His statement comes an hour after Iran's President Masoud Pezeshkian addressed the UN General Assembly in New York. He too demanded that Israel end its aggression in Gaza and now Lebanon.
Yeah, why didn't
we should
Putin come to
immediately
America?
stop
What's
the
up with
violence
that?
and bring about a permanent ceasefire in Gaza and bring an end to the barbarism of Israel and Lebanon before it engulfs the region and the world. Israel has been defeated in Gaza, and no amount of barbaric violence can restore its myth of invincibility. Naturally, blind Israeli state terrorism over the past few days in Lebanon, followed by massive aggression with thousands of victims, cannot go unanswered.
No, I meant like to exit out of the store. I kept clicking
will be
it.
born
but it
by
was
those
like,
governments
this
who
is
have
the
thwarted
street
all
call. I
global
couldn't-
efforts to
couldn't
end this
actually-
horrific catastrophe and have the audacity to call themselves champions of human rights.
Let's take in all of these comments coming out of Iran and from Iran's leaders with Tawhid Asadi, who joins us live from the Iranian capital, Tehran. A warm welcome to you. Welcome back. So a show of solidarity from Iran with Hezbollah, Iran's supreme leader and the prime minister. Should we read this simply as that, a show of solidarity, or is this a warning from Tehran?
Oh, my God. It's just a warning.
Well, actually, it could be considered as a combination of these two. First of all, Iran tries to depict this message that Israelis are crossing so many red lines, and now there is a risk of a full-fledged all-out war scenario down the road, something that Iranians are not interested to get involved at all. But still, they have said that there is a sort of preparedness for any kind of scenario that takes place, including a sort of full-fledged all-out war. What we saw here was a clear message of solidarity that the Iranian Supreme Leader, Sayyid Ali Khamenei, sent. And on that basis, we can say that since they are close allies, they're fighting for the same cause, which is the occupation of the Palestinian lands by the Israelis and the possibility of further occupations in Syria and Lebanon. Iran tries to clearly send this message that it is not going to be tolerated, but still he just focused on this organizational strength of Hezbollah. He knows about the capabilities of this group, and he knows that at time being, they are capable to provide Israelis with tough responses. We have to wait for the next days and weeks, but still, Iran is not interested in war of attrition and getting into a extensive battlefield in the region, in the West Asia, knowing the fact that it runs the risk of further casualties on the ground. But with that said, I think we have to also consider that Israel is just a threat, a real threat beyond rhetoric for both Syria, Lebanon, Iran, and that is something that severs the ties between the resistance fronts.
Michael, I'm never getting.
Do these words of support, do you think, suggest any kind of further practice?
Just, I've decided this is what I'm doing. every single kill, I'm gonna last hit with my E. See ya, Fudge.
Never look back.
I killed the turret.
You killed the turret? Oh my god. Oh my god. I suck.
Worked in another timeline.
What's up? You winning?
I got a shutdown, whatever that means.
Just wait. Really? There was a bot with a. You were dying, weren't you?
Huh?
Were you dying to them?
No.
How'd you get a shutdown?
I stole my teammate's kill.
Nice. This is how it is. This is how it must be done.
I also just learned that if I go home, I heal.
Yes.
It would have been nice to know that a long time ago.
You can also buy. I think that's the first thing they teach you. Good night.
Practical support in terms of arms, intelligence.
Oh God.
From Iran when it comes to Hezbollah, an organization that we know has been hit hard, has had its nose blooded by recent operations by Israel, some of them very complex and complicated indeed, such as the targeting of pagers and walkie-talkies.
Well, a couple of points here. First, we know that Israelis are not fighting on their own. They're receiving extensive support from the West, including the United States, regardless of the fact that Washington administration tries to step back and say we're not supporting them. For that, I think Iran has got this incentive to support, in addition to the principle and the pillar in foreign policy to support the Palestinians. I think Iran is not going to leave Palestinians, Lebanese, and Hezbollah.
The heal you want to use when you don't have health. What items do you have? Hold on.
We make the future.
Okay, you have no active items. Oh, you have the invulnerability. So that only activates once until you buy the upgraded item. But basically, if you're getting attacked and you're about to die, or you think it's a time where it would fuck up their combos, so if they use a big, a costly, like time costly ability, and you use that, it will basically render it useless and basically just use their ult for no reason.
I used my health potion. I still died.
Yeah, it heals over time. I think it's 150 health over a couple minutes.
In particular alone, considering this context. And also there is this preemptive nature of actions, knowing the fact that if they allow Israelis to go further on, of course, we know that Palestinian lands.
The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Tomorrow's the last of my words.
Fuck them up.
Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée.
President of the United Nations General Assembly. It is an immense honor for me to speak to you today for the first time since the Congolese people vested once again their trust in me, electing me for a second term as president of our nation. Having had the opportunity
Is this the Congo with the M23? Is that the
I'm
DRC?
Yes.
Yeah.
Moved to be able to do it again at this significant moment for our country. I wish to congratulate Mr. Philemon Yang upon his election as president of this 79th session. And at the same time, I wish to pay tribute to your predecessors for their constant commitment at the service of this institution. The theme of this session, leaving no one behind, acting together for the advancement of peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for present and future generations, is a theme that particularly resonates with our aspirations in the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, United Nations Secretary General, heads of state and government, heads of delegation, multilateralism and the respect for a global rules-based system have been the essential pillars that have supported peace, security, health, and prosperity the world over the last 80 years. The United Nations embody these fundamental values and remains an essential actor when it comes to the major challenges that humanity must overcome, whether it comes to guaranteeing security or addressing climate change or fighting against poverty. This reality requires strengthened multilateral cooperation. However, the noble ideals of those that drafted the United Nations Charter, that is, for it to serve an instrument by which all countries govern their conduct, seems to be ebbing away, and the basis of collective security that it established is shaking. We have a responsibility to pool our efforts and to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism, which is the key for truly
I
transformational.
learned that if I recall, I heal.
Yes. Okay.
I got
So
Sonya,
huh?
Thresh, and Nami.
Nami. Oh, you're talking about the these are supports. What are the options?
Vietnamese. I don't know how to get back to that. Got it. Pulled up tabs. Back. I'm in the. Okay, X here. Okay, I got Thresh, Sonya, and Nami.
Okay. Do you hooks or Nami is kind of hard. She's got she's a fish, and she's got a bubble. She's got a bubble that she summons, but it's not a normal missile. It goes up like a lob. So you've got to time it in a way to hit it properly.
Yep.
Maybe not ideal. Thresh is probably the best option out of those, unless you want to play a caster.
Super difficult. Says
There's a lot of nuances to Thresh. It's not so much that he's a hard character.
I don't want
it's that
playing. I need something that's idiot proof. Because I can't even figure out.
We already gave you that, and you didn't play Annie. You struggled to play Annie.
The thing is that I need something where I don't have to worry about the items either.
You don't, in general.
But
like you have the items that you buy. Like you have the items that you buy, and then that's it. Like you don't really have to worry about the items. Screen share yours.
I'm gonna pick Sonya because she's a pretty lady.
Mm-hmm.
I'll play Orphan Annie and see if I do better with them.
Wait on you.
The challenges that we see across our worlds.
I totally got a kill.
As Dag Hammarskjöld, former United Nations Secretary General, whose sacrifice...
It must have been the bot.
Democratic
Seraphine.
Got the shutdown. Yeah, maybe.
Congo, which recalls how grave our mission is, so eloquently said, and I quote, "The goal of the UN is not to take us to heaven, but rather to prevent us from going to hell." At this critical juncture for multilateralism is of the utmost importance. It allows us to respond to common threats, to protect our planet, and to strengthen civil society and human rights. Indeed, we cannot ignore the alarming rise in saber rattling and the indecent resumption of practices of armed aggression and looting of natural resources, which affect all continents. The Russia-Ukraine conflict that is ongoing and continues to affect the region is simply yet another manifestation among many others that threaten peace in the world. Yemen, Sudan, Syria, and the terrible tragedy unfolding on the Gaza Strip are part of the list of crises multilateralism needs to address. It is essential to act together to progress towards peace, sustainable development, and human dignity, thereby ensuring a better future for future generations. Let us not leave anybody by the wayside. This is the clear and relevant message that's inspired the theme selected to guide the work of this 79th session of this August Assembly. Mr. President,
Mr. President,
the Pact for the Future and
See, if
its
you don't put
ambitions,
Trump in the
such as
title, fascists
Global
don't
Digital
come.
Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations that we adopted during the recent Summit of the Future highlight the importance of active collaboration to achieve a common vision of a peaceful and prosperous future.
We can't be relying on them to come in and boost engagement, though.
It's just funny.
No, I understand, but we
fuck
can't.
with them.
Yeah, but also people who would see the title that would click for actual news might not click when we're baiting in fascists. So, like, that's my one hesitation about it all. That's all.
Fuck, my window's fucked.
Yeah, it resets every time.
What do I want? The ring again?
The
blue ring?
Yeah.
No technique is forbidden.
The blue one, yeah. Twitch is dead.
I go center.
Sure. You can go bot, top, or mid. Attack them. Attack them. Come here. Come here. Attack them.
I'm coming, bro.
Nice. There you go. Look at you go. Oh, cool. We have a jungler this game.
Balance is a fool's master.
Okay, so if you have a look at your character model, see how there's nothing spinning around you? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
So when there's stuff spinning around you, that basically means that your stun is ready and your next ability that damages will stun the enemy or the target. I hate Darius so fucking much. Literally the only reason I won that fight is because it's a bot.
These documents represent an essential commitment to put an end to conflicts, to tackle extreme poverty and hunger, and to address challenges such as displacement of populations, illegal immigration, food insecurity, pandemics, and the risks associated with new technology. At the same time, the Global Digital Compact is an essential pillar, part of our quest for a prosperous future, and is at the heart of the fourth industrial revolution, where digital technologies have become essential. This digital transition is an unprecedented opportunity to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, in particular for the least developed countries. It seeks to reduce the digital gap and to onboard unconnected populations with digital services with a high social impact. However, in order to address this major challenge inherent to the digital revolution, global reforms are required, involving a reassessment of the international financial architecture and involving adequate financing. For this reason, the Democratic Republic of Congo aspires to attract investment to develop connectivity in Africa and calls for cooperation from multilateral partners and telecommunications operators, with
maybe
knowledge
the
transfer
rebels
being key.
should be dealt with first.
Indeed, support for the grid development process in our country is a promising solution to link the south and north of Africa, and also to link the Indian Ocean to the Atlantic. This includes the establishment of viable partnerships.
Are they talking about the Biden
with the Grant Inga hydroelectric project that seeks to respond to the growing energy demand of our country, which has been increased by the proliferation of connected devices. Furthermore, it's essential to strengthen traceability of strategic minerals, which are essential, and also technological equipment in order to ensure a responsible and sustainable exploitation of our resources. Furthermore, full participation and commitment from youth, both boys and girls, are essential to build a sustainable and inclusive society. This principle is the foundation of the Declaration on Future Generations and underscores our responsibility vis-a-vis future generations and how important it is to make decisions that enable them to flourish. For Africa, youth is a major asset for Africa's future prosperity. Investing in education, in particular in STEM subjects, that's science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and creating conducive environments for innovation are crucial. It is essential to deal with the disconnect between a fast-growing young population and the job market by providing the skills that they require to join the job market. Mr. President, the situation in the east of the Democratic Republic of the Congo is particularly concerning.
Your auto attacks are pretty long.
The resurgence of the M23 terrorist group has caused an unprecedented humanitarian crisis with close to 7 million internally displaced persons.
True.
This aggression is a major violation of our national sovereignty. We call upon the international community to firmly condemn these actions and to impose targeted sanctions against Rwanda for its destabilizing and damaging role. We demand an immediate and unconditional withdrawal of Rwandan troops from our territory. While recent diplomatic initiatives such as the Luanda talks may be encouraging, they should certainly not overshadow how urgent it is to engage in this essential action. The Democratic Republic of Congo is actively committed to entrenching lasting peace in the east of the country and to promote economic development and the well-being of the so long-suffering communities experiencing this armed conflict. Nevertheless, we are not closing any door to any opportunity that would bring peace while maintaining our sovereignty and our territorial integrity. In this regard, we are resolutely committed to implementing the roadmap adopted as part of the Luanda process, and I fully support that promotes high-level dialogue seeking to re-establish trust between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda while minimizing the risk of the current security crisis descending into a regional conflict. Furthermore, my country remains open to any other initiative by our partners that would contribute to achieving this noble goal of peace. The Democratic Republic of Congo reaffirms our firm will to ensure lasting peace. Under my leadership, we are steadfast in our commitment to pursue the implementation of the Program for Disarmament, Demobilization and Community Recovery and Stabilization, the PDDRCS, which is a key part of our national strategy to disarm, demobilize and reintegrate combatants by providing them viable economic opportunities that are also sustainable.
Fair enough.
While
Honestly,
at the same time
not a bad
stabilizing
idea.
the regions affected by conflict. By ensuring a post-MONUSCO transition, we are also prioritizing...
Bro, 3 of them just came up and gangbanged me.
The PDDRCS is a crucial tool for peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and I invite our partners and our friends to support it. Furthermore, thousands of victims of the genocide for economic gain in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in short, the Genocost, continue to suffer from the devastating consequences of a past marked by violence and impunity. Recognizing and addressing the effects of this tragedy is crucial to enable the recovery and reconstruction of the affected communities. Beyond immediate humanitarian aid, a long-term approach focused on justice, reconciliation, and sustainable development is essential to allow the victims to recover and to return to a decent life. Therefore, the government of the Democratic Republic of Congo decided to make the 2nd of August National Day, the Genikos Day, which is dedicated to the victims of the odious crimes perpetrated by rebels supported by multinational corporations and states in the region. This is a national day of coming together, and it allows us to confront our painful past so that we can move forward.
Ready? Pop.
It's
What a
essential
cunt.
to
He took my kill.
strengthen the historic conscience of our country and to affirm the determination of our nation to prevent such barbarous acts from repeating. President, terrorism is a serious
if
threat
you
to
hold
international peace
control
and
and
security,
normal
and it
click,
affects all the
it'll
regions of the
control
world.
tibbers, and you can direct where the bear goes.
Having raged in Asia, in Western Europe, and North America, this scourge now seems to be entrenching itself in Africa. As a member of the Global Coalition Against the Islamic State, the DRC urges the United Nations to ramp up its efforts.
I'm trying. They stunned me.
Recommendations of this organization, in particular when it comes to the Akaba process. Terrorism, which is raging in the east of our country, is closely linked to the looting and illegal exploitation of our natural resources. These criminal activities are nourishing insecurity and financing armed groups, exacerbating conflicts in the Great Lakes region. It is therefore essential for the United Nations to envisage severe sanctions against those responsible for these economic crimes in order to break this vicious circle and to foster peace, sustainable development, and human dignity for future generations.
President, according to the most recent voluntary national review report for the SDGs, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has made significant progress towards several of the SDG targets, thanks to
He's so close to dead.
reforms and interventions.
He got him. Tibbers will get him. Nice.
Since 2019,
Tibbers after him.
the government have had in place
Don't chase
ambitious
after him.
reforms
That's
to
what you use
ensure
Tibbers for.
free basic
Exactly what you
education,
just did there.
which has allowed
I mean,
more
as
than
you
4
said, you
million
wanted-
children to attend school.
You wanted a control mage. Annie is that. She's the most basic version of that.
Moreover, several measures have been taken to strengthen social protection, to introduce universal health coverage, and to promote gender equality, as well as fostering, supporting the development of infrastructure
I'm pretty
and
sure.
rapid industrialization via, inter alia, the creation of special economic zones. Despite this progress, the Global Report on Sustainable Development Goals underscores that at the current tempo, Democratic Republic of the Congo will not be able to achieve the SDGs by 2030 due to persisting inequality and vulnerability, which are exacerbated by armed conflict. When faced with this challenge, a roadmap has been developed. This covers all the specific actions, interventions, and reforms needed, the aim being to accelerate progress and tackle the issues set forth in the 2030 agenda, with some measures underway already to make sure that the DRC will be in line with these SDGs by 2030. For this to work, the Democratic Republic of the Congo needs an annual investment of around $32 billion. It is therefore indispensable to strengthen partnerships.
I guess
for sustainable
32
investment
billion is
and to promote
not a
peace
lot on country
in order
scale.
to support stable socioeconomic development. To add to the list of global
Oops, I
responsibilities,
accidentally walked into the tower because I misclicked.
energy,
Yeah,
the
that
Democratic
happens too.
Republic of the Congo, having already reaffirmed its commitment to ambitious climate action, which is to underscore the crucial importance of financial and technical support, increased support, so its efforts can also therefore increase to achieve the goals set out in the Paris Agreement. Rich as we are in biodiversity and natural resources, the Democratic Republic of the Congo has taken on the role as a key player in the fight against climate change. Initiatives that are already
It's still
underway
so wild because the only time I
to
ever
reduce-
think of the Congo is the conflicts. That to hear them talking about anything other than it is kind of strange. It's like, oh,
greenhouse
things
gas
are actually
emissions
happening in the Congo.
cover 4 strategic sectors. These are agriculture,
Not just
forestry,
suffering.
energy, and waste management. Structural reforms are also in place at the moment to reverse deforestation and to improve access to clean energy. This is proof of the determination of our government to preserve natural resources and to support a green transition. Now, in terms of showcasing our tropical forests, Bali in November 2022 saw a watershed moment.
Johnny's dead.
This was the adoption of the Joint Declaration on Cooperation on Tropical Forests and Climate Action. This declaration was signed by Brazil, Indonesia,
Oh, you've got
and
it.
the Democratic
Stun this
Republic
guy.
of Congo. This significant step forward demonstrates the collective political will that there is to use the forests.
You just have to save me.
The Trilateral Cooperation Alliance for Tropical Forest, which was created in Bali,
You survived?
will provide a framework
to
address biodiversity-related
You stunned
challenges,
the wrong guy.
and will also propose solutions for carbon credit markets.
I mean,
all the while
Oh, so the queue, I wanted
there was
to
two of
right
them,
there.
and I guessed I just
framework of environmental and
I
global warming
did the
related
ping
issues.
come up?
It is also important to underscore the holding of the second summit of the biggest tropical forest basins in.
Did you hear a big twang and then a big arrow came up or something? Because that was me telling you which one. Did that come up?
well, my camera wasn't exactly centered on them, so it could have.
Okay. But are those coming up on your map and on your computer? You're hearing the noises and pings and shit?
My screen is really small.
Yeah, are you hearing the sounds?
I'm hearing a lot of sounds. I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to be paying attention to.
They sound like a big ring.
Come here, you bitch. Come here, you bitch. Got him! Got him!
No.
Fuck you. The tower's shooting me. It was worth it.
That's how you do it. Tower dives. It's what makes this game.
He was running real fast, but I shot him. I shot him in his ass.
Oh, it's Garen, yeah. Garen's whole thing is running.
Okay, I see green on the map, like a green line. Is that what I was supposed to be looking at?
No, that. So,
okay,
these.
Those
are all
hear...
pings.
Mm. And then the magic, the molten shield. If they hit me, it hurts them, right?
The which one?
Molten shield.
Is that an item?
No, it's my ability. Ah!
Oh, yes. No, okay, so I'm not sure if it has a thorn mail effect, but it makes your move speed faster. So it gives you a boost in move speed, as well as a shield, I believe.
Fuck.
What happened?
Damn it. I fucked up because I was trying to control the bear and I walked into the turret.
Yeah, it takes a bit of learning, but once you get it, and it's pretty cool. I don't like it because I like the characters to be a bit more complicated. Because then I can justify myself being annoyed. We did start very late today, though. I think now that everything's set up, we should be looking at moving back. So moving the stream start back, as opposed to 10:30. Go for like a 9:30 or something, about an hour earlier. Once we're both back in working order.
Yeah, I won't be back till like Sunday because of the hurricane.
Right under the nose. I was hiding.
You helped me there. Thank you. Because she was about to hit that the thing that basically instantly kills you, and I would have died. Lol. All right. I say we call it there. Nobody watching, and we're just tanking our viewer numbers at this point.
In the world, these are the Amazon, the Congo, and the Borneo Mekong. This was held from the 26th to the 28th of October 2023 in Brazzaville in the Republic of the Congo. This African initiative, which was spearheaded by President Denis Sassou Nguesso, aims to implement,
That's a name,
as part of the UN Decade for the Restoration of Ecosystems, create the first global coalition dedicated to the restoration of 350 million hectares of land and water ecosystems.
Okay.
These forests are a crucial bulwark against climate change. When faced with these problems that have been clearly identified, and we have solutions within reach, it is therefore crucial to act in a concrete fashion.
There,
The
I got
Amazonian,
4 kills, 4
Borneo,
deaths.
Mekong basins
Very good.
are home to more than 80%.
Oh wait,
Much
hang
better.
on. What is the columns?
Columns?
Yeah, so it's 4, 4, 11.
Kills, deaths, assists.
Oh, okay, it does say KDA right there.
Yeah.
That would make sense, huh?
Yeah. But yeah, we are done because I'm pretty sure the only people watching
I still earned.
is me.
There is nobody watching.
Yeah.
I still earned
All right.
the least amount of gold. Damage
Yeah.
dealt to champions. Oh, I did more damage to champions than Dad's touch.
Hey, there you go. That's good.
Well,
All right,
because it's because Garen was constantly getting fireballed, even though the fireball, when I first start out, does no damage.
Yeah, so with Annie, the first you want to kind of power farm until level 6. Because the game, I don't know if you've played games that work with power spikes. But both items and abilities give you power spikes. So obviously the first power spike is level 3. Level 3, you get your first 3 basic spells. Obviously they work together. No items. You can fight at level 3 or you can sit and power farm. Level 6 is obviously the next one. First item, third item. Level 11, level 16, full build. I'm sure there's more, but that's like the basic ones. There are also like core items that'll give you a power boost. I'm not very good at that sort of shit. But yeah. Okay.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a real place.
Even though nobody's watching. Goodbye. Good night. See you later. Thanks for watching, everybody.
You talking?